shuts down. The games light up.
Banking that ass left and right.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle.
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
On Westwood One Sports.
Balogun again, and Muharremovich, both are down. Muharremovich seems...
The number 20 United States committee serious foul.
Yeah, it's going to be a red card.
The final decision is red card.
Wow.
Kidding me? Are you kidding me?
They did a VAR review and everything. It wasn't like the referee made the call. A video assistant referee suggested that they go take a look at it and suggested a red card. And so Balogun has just been given a red. He is going to be out for the next round if USA is able to hold on and win. This is a massive loss.
That's what you think, isn't it? That's what everybody thinks.
The United States in action tomorrow against Belgium, and as we've told you this morning, Balogun will now be available for that match after FIFA's disciplinary committee suspended that red card that he got from the round of 32. And we've had some reaction from the Belgium Football Federation. Quote, the Royal Belgian Football Association is astonished by FIFA's decision to declare suspended United States player following Balogun eligible to play in the USA-Belgium match Monday.
Stop your crying. Stop crying. Stop crying. Stop crying.
Statement goes on to say, in order to safeguard the legitimate rights of all participating teams and to protect the fundamental principles of fair play in our sport, both at this FIFA World Cup and at future editions of the tournament, the RBFA is investigating all potential options.
I was so scared. I was so scared.
USA! USA! USA!
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a post 4th of July weekend, Monday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. And for one more time in the last week, I got the Glass Man with me, PJ Glasser, filling in for Brad Evans. Brad will be back tomorrow. But oh, baby, we got a show for you tonight. We are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show as well live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Balogun cleared to play. He will be in the starting lineup tonight for USA against Belgium. We got a wild weekend of World Cup soccer to talk about. Plenty of baseball, some football news as well. Some big NBA news over the last couple of days, too. It's going to be a jam-packed Monday show. You want to join our talk and text line? It's 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. You heard a tremendously produced open by Brandon Combs and the rest of our crew over the last 48 hours. The decision to allow Balogun to play, FIFA basically overturning the red card, which is an automatic one-game suspension for the next game. Balogun's going to play tonight, but before we get to that, PJ, before we start breaking down and previewing this USA versus Belgium game, first we've got to get some housekeeping done. And not only that, a nod to the Brits, because the Defensive Player of the Week, which is sponsored by Navy Federal Credit Union, is the entire England soccer team who survived nearly 40 minutes of being down to 10 men against Mexico in the Estadio Azteca in Mexico City with the nearly 8,000 feet of elevation, a building that Mexico had not lost a competitive game in 13 years. That all changed last night. Harry Kane with the penalty to put England up 3-1. Jude Bellingham, the man from Real Madrid, with 2 goals in the first half. And then after Mexico got a penalty kick to make it 3-2, England again with 10 men survived an onslaught. And they held on to knock Mexico out and move on to the quarterfinals, where England's going to be playing Norway, another wild game over the weekend. But Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving all branches of the armed services, veterans, and their families. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Our members are the mission. We would give it to Team USA if we could. They haven't played in the last couple of days. So England's defense, the Navy Federal Credit Union Defensive Player of the Week. And PJ, that game last night, I mean, we've had some wild ones. It felt like the tournament had produced more and more wild, electric finishes as we went on. I think the peak is still that Argentina-Cabo Verde game. So I'm not going to be a prisoner of the moment and say this was better than that. But, man, and that Portugal-Croatia game was incredible as well. But this was right up there last night, England having to survive, and Mexico whipped in about 100 crosses in the final 30 minutes. Up a man, but England, Thomas Tuchel with the substitutions, putting in 6'7" Dan Burn, who maybe could play tight end in the NFL. They held their ground. Jordan Pickford got to everything that was in the air, and England is moving on. That was a gritty result in a hostile environment, and doing it a man down for nearly an entire half was pretty damn special. So kudos to England.
Pat, it's about as good as a road win as I've ever seen any team have in my entire life. Truly. I don't know if there's a greater home field advantage in all the sports than Mexico at Azteca. You can, any sport you want, college basketball, football, NFL, NHL, whatever you want. I'm taking Mexico at the Azteca over all of it. Looking at all the videos that people were dropping during the game, after the game this morning, talking about the atmosphere, talking about what it was like to be there. That place is one of one. And for that to be a round of 16 World Cup game, for it to be as entertaining and dramatic as it was with all the swings that we had, England scoring 2 goals in 3 minutes, then Mexico coming back 5 minutes later and scoring. You had red cards. You had penalties. That game had everything. Electric saves. Such a good soccer match. And then on top of it, you had 11 minutes of stoppage time because we were all curious what was going to happen, right? With the red card and the penalties and some of the injuries that we had, how many minutes were going to be added to that 90? And when they put 11 up there, those must have been the slowest 11 minutes if you're an England fan watching that clock dwindle down. But that atmosphere, Pat, I got to say, man, number one on my sports bucket list is to play a round of golf at St. Andrews. That's been the top for a while now. It's still number one. But after last night, I'd love to see a game at the Azteca. That is definitely up there because that place just, it almost, Pat, it's truly got the feel of like a SEC college football game under the lights, right? Like it just has that LSU feel at Death Valley, or it has like a night game at Bama, or like a night game at, you can go to Clemson in the ACC, or maybe a Big 12, Big 10 school. It just had that type of vibe where the crowd is so loud. They're so into it. Chaos is ensuing. And that was everything we could have wanted from that game. And you talked about it. We throw out the term a lot like, man, that team grinded out that win, or that was a gutsy performance. That truly, I mean, if you're an England fan, I can't even imagine how proud you must have been of your team and those players last night, all that they gave on the line, because we talk about what an advantage it is playing in that stadium with the altitude. And when you go down to 10 men, especially, and now you're losing one of your defenders and you have to basically just run around and protect your goal for 40 minutes. Just an unbelievable job. Jude Bellingham was so damn good last night. Jordan Pickford played the best game I've ever seen him play in international competition for England. He made about 3 or 4 saves. It took away sure thing goals. Ollie Gordon, I thought, gave him a great spark as well. And then Harry Kane, knocked in that penalty kick to kind of give him that 3-1 cushion that at the time you knew that would be a massive goal, giving them a 2-goal lead with about 25 minutes to play. It was everything we could have wanted. And you said it. Argentina, Cabo Verde, I still think is one. You're trying not to be prisoner of the moment. But Pat, we've done a bunch of these shows over the last week or two. And I feel like every time we come on air, we start off these opening segments with, that was the best game of the tournament. That was the best game of the, and it just keeps going. Obviously, we got a big one tonight between USA, Belgium that we're all looking for. And I think all of us expect that one to be an absolute another classic of a game. But England and Mexico, just a round of applause to those boys last night, man. That is why we watch sports, Pat. For games like that, it was everything you could have wanted.
Yeah, really well said. Really well said. 310-840-4910. And that was a pretty perfect spot last night, too. I wish that was the time and the time for the USA game. Although Monday Night Football, as you said it last week, and now I keep seeing that all over everywhere. They should give you some credit for that, PJ. Monday Night Football ain't too bad for USA either, but you got a Sunday night, the end of the 4th of July weekend. A lot of people like, all right, Sunday night. A lot of people had off on Friday. It's like the weekend's coming down. What do we do? You could have watched Sunday Night Baseball, but man, Mexico, England, we were all jacked up for that game. So that was a pretty perfect viewership little angle and time slot for Mexico, England. So I'd imagine a ton of people were watching that. Obviously here in the States, in England, it was freaking, the game didn't start till 2:00 in the morning because then it got delayed by an hour. So that didn't finish until after 4 a.m. England time. They were showing it on the broadcast. But yeah, just a hell of a game. And, two things. One, what did you think of the refereeing? Because it was a big part of this one, right? The red card on Jarrell Kwanzaa, which, by the way, now England is trying to appeal his red card, following in the suit of USA doing it. So, maybe they need to get their prime minister to call Gianni Infantino, the president of FIFA, much like Trump did, which, again, we're going to get into that in just a bit. But yeah, the red card there. You had the penalty on England that gave Harry Kane a penalty that made it 3-1. And then not even 10 minutes later, the penalty committed by Harry Kane that gave Mexico the penalty, which Raul Jimenez scored, and that allowed Mexico to give them a real chance of tying that up. And then the second thing is, what did you think of Mexico's offense in the last 30 minutes? I thought the refereeing was pretty damn good. I know they gave him, the referee Fahimi, they gave him a ton of credit on the broadcast. I thought he did pretty damn good. Again, the red card was from VAR. So that's like VAR has played as a pretty big role in this World Cup lately, for better or for worse. I think it's for worse when it came to the red card for Balogun. I think in this instance last night, that was the right call because he went studs up into the ankle of a player. Like that's pretty cut and dry. Yes. With the Balogun one, we're like, it's clearly incidental and it's just bad timing. Not that Kwanzaa from England, that he was deliberately trying to hurt the player from Mexico. But again, you go studs up like that and you miss the ball. That's the risk you take. So I thought that was the biggest moment of the match. I thought both of the penalties were fair. I thought, Mexico clearly missed the tackle in the box on England. And then the penalty that they reviewed and gave to Raul Jimenez was, again, Harry Kane went to go kick the ball as it's in the air. Mexico player got there first. And Harry Kane kicks underneath his foot and his ankle. So I thought all three of the big moments in the second half were officiated really well. And then I think when it comes to Mexico's approach in the last 30 minutes, they're a small team to begin with. And then Tuchel put on all the big guys, Dan Burns, 6'7". And England had this wall where it's just like, all right, we'll welcome all the crosses you want to bring to us in the world. And that's what Mexico did. And I thought it lacked creativity. I don't think that's how they normally play offense. Now, I'm sure it's going to be tougher to play through the run of play and through the middle of the field when England's got an extra guy back and they're dropping bodies back. But like they were inviting Mexico to whip in all those crosses, and I really never felt like they were going to score. Like they could have whipped in 100 of those, and they wouldn't have scored a goal. They lack the height. They don't have guys that can really get up and head the ball really well. Jimenez is the best one. They took Quinones off, their other best offensive player, and so it felt uncreative. It felt boring, and they fell right into England's trap, which was, hey, we're down a man. We know that. That's fine. You want to whip in all these crosses? We'll deal with them. And they did. So I thought those were the two big things in the second half, the refereeing and Mexico's offensive approach.
Such a great point about Mexico's offense, because you're totally right. And it really, in that stoppage time when they had those 11 minutes, Pat, it just really never felt like they threatened the goal all too much. The best chance that they got was when the England defender almost had an own goal in the final seconds. That was really the best offense that they had. Spence almost knocked it in. But it's such a great point by you. Really good managing from Tuchel last night, especially when his team went down to those 10 players. But yeah, they clearly wanted Mexico to attack them outside and try to cross balls into the box. And like you said, England with that height advantage, Mexico just really never could generate the opportunities they were looking for. They could never get anything going in the middle of the field. And I think that was such a big talking point in this game. Mexico is at the Azteca. They have arguably the greatest home field advantage in all of sports, but England, just from a talent standpoint, is so much better than Mexico. And I think you saw that play out even when Mexico had the 11 on 10 advantage. They just couldn't really take advantage of it because they just couldn't slice up England's defense in the middle of the field. So credit to them. And then the officiating, I'm with you. Thought it was really good. The penalty that led to Harry Kane's penalty shot, clear as day. You didn't even get an argument from any Mexico players or coaches. So that right there tells you that that's pretty cut and dry. The one with the studs, I agree. I know a lot of people will look at that and say, I mean, it's not really like a dangerous play, you know? It's not like he's going after the guy, he's trying to make a play on the ball, but it's kind of like targeting in the NFL, right? A lot of times when that defender is coming in, they're just looking to jar the ball loose. But as we all know, if you lead with that helmet, that's pretty much an automatic 15-yard penalty, or in college, that could be an ejection. That's how it works in soccer, folks. Like, if the studs are up, it just is what it is. So because of that, I agree. And then, yeah, you know, Harry Kane's in the box. He makes contacts with the guy's foot before he gets the ball, and that should be a penalty as well. So I really credit that ref because, Pat, I feel like we see so many times in so many of these big matches that they call things certain ways outside the boxes than they do inside. And you understand why, because getting a penalty shot is a massive deal, but certainly in a game of that magnitude. But all those fouls were, I mean, they definitely were fouls and warranted penalty shots or red cards. And I thought the ref, especially considering the environment that he was in last night, did a really terrific job. And yeah, I thought the better team won, Pat. England deserved to. All their best players really stood up. This tournament for them, and depending on how deep they go, we know Harry Kane's one of the best players in the world, but it really is about Jude. And if Jude plays the way that he did last night, along with Pickford playing how he did in net, they're going to be a really tough out in this tournament. And if you're an England fan, I mean, you just got to be so happy with how your boys played last night.
310-840-4910. You could call, you can text. We've already got a bunch of YouTube comments to get to here. We're going to get to them in just a second. But really quickly, PJ, you and I both picked England to get to the final before the knockout round started. You've got France beating them. I've got Spain beating them. And once we saw the first round of 32, where England had to come back to beat DR Congo, they were down 1-0 in the 75th minute. Then Harry Kane scores 2. And then we saw Mexico deliver another shutout win in convincing fashion against Ecuador. We changed our minds. You and I were like, Mexico's going to win this game. They're at home. Yeah. This is and England started minus 150 on BetMGM. It closed nearly as a pick'em. So the public side was Mexico, like you said. But this is kind of the reason why we picked England to get to the final. Think about the last 2 games they've won now. Had to come from behind, scored 2 goals in the last 15 minutes, and they got it from their captain, Harry Kane, one of the best strikers in the world. And then this one last night, on the road, hostile environment, in a building that Mexico hasn't lost a competitive game in 13 years, up 2-0, and then 2-1. Then they go down to 10 men and had to weather a storm. They have won 2 very nervy games in 2 very different ways. They're battle-tested. They're very battle-tested now, and you got to think that if you like England and like their chances, you probably couldn't have asked for a better way. Sweaty, don't get me wrong, but you probably couldn't have asked for a better way for them to win their first 2 games in the knockout stage than the way they have.
Pat, I'm so interested with this Norway game coming up that they're going to play on Saturday because, you know, you make it to the round of 8 in the World Cup. Everybody's amped. Those guys are going to be ready to go. Is there any little part of you that worries about English being sluggish in that game? Maybe being a little bit sleepy, maybe having a little bit of an emotional hangover? I mean, that is about as good as a win as you can have in the round of 16. That environment going on the road. Harry Kane's voice, he couldn't even talk after the game. That was an all-time interview. I don't know if people got a chance to listen to that, but it was pretty great. I mean, those guys were spent. And you go from hearing all week how great Mexico is in Azteca and how tough of a game that's going to be. And now you go into this game against Norway, who's making a nice little run. You're going to be expected to win. You're going to be favored. Like, historically, these are the kind of games where you worry about England. And considering the situational spot that they're in against obviously a very talented team with one of the best, is there a part of you that's a little concerned for England going into that game against Norway?
Other than that, just I think Norway is a really good dark horse team, and I love Erling Haaland because my favorite club team is Man City, and I'm glad that he's turned into a global superstar because of this tournament. No, and here's the reason why. FIFA, they balance the rest advantage and rest disadvantage round by round really well, and so here England, they picked the right round to play a grueling, physically taxing game like this because now they don't have to play Norway until Saturday. Whereas USA plays tonight, PJ, and if USA wins and Spain play today as well, they play Friday. So that's only 3 days off, whereas England's getting, 5 days off? And so that's, the top half of the bracket, then they have to play on short rest going into the semifinals, whereas the bottom half gets that extra day. But for this particular round, England, again, this was the game to really play a physically taxing game because now they played Sunday. They don't have to play again until Saturday, and they play in Miami, which is similar weather to Mexico City, hot, humid, tropical kind of climate. The travel's not too far. They got as many, basically a normal week of rest as you would have for the club season. So no, I'm not necessarily worried about a sluggish start. They'll have the next couple days to rest and recuperate. They're not going to have Jarrell Kwanzaa, but again, he's not the best defender on the team. So I think they will be able to make up for his absence going into the next round against Norway. So no, I'm not worried about a potential hangover for the Brits. Let's get a couple of YouTube comments here right out of the chute here on BetMGM tonight. Opinionated Loser 74, which is a ironic name. Comments in the YouTube chat. Something about Harry Kane makes me not like him. I don't know what it is. Look, he's a good-looking guy. He's got the blue eyes, got the nice coiffed hair. He's never been really a arrogant player. I think for the most part, he's a solid striker, good leader, guy that has scored goals in big moments. He's going to be knighted very, very soon, which and most of us don't give a damn about. But he'll be Sir Harry Kane when his playing days are over, if not before that, depending on how far they go here in this World Cup. So, I don't think I've ever watched Harry Kane. There's players that I dislike. I don't think I've ever watched Harry Kane and be like, oh man, I just don't like this guy. I don't know, PJ. You ever get that feel about Harry Kane? I feel like he's a pretty overall likable player.
I'm with you. Yeah, I understand, there are certain players, especially with stars, that you just hate. But I've never gotten that vibe with Harry. He's not somebody that I look at and just say to myself, I don't like him or hope that he does poorly. He seems like a good dude. Never met him, obviously, but no issues with Harry Kane whatsoever.
Erling Haaland, very polarizing figure. It's easy to hate Erling Haaland. He's a big, gigantic Viking-looking dude with the beautiful, long, blonde, flowing hair luscious. And a bleep-eating grin. So, I love him, obviously, because he plays for my favorite club team, but there's a lot of people that are just who is... Screw this guy. He's 6'5". He's got long, beautiful, blonde, flowing hair, and he's got that grin. He's got that kind of, he looks like Austin Butler in Dune. That's who Erling Haaland reminds me of. One of the Harkonnens. All right, it's he just looks like he should be the villain. Let's get one more YouTube comment here from West Coast 250 Seattle, or just West Coast 250. They say Seattle is going to be absolutely insane tonight. Big Sounders following in Seattle, plus Lumen Field is like a sound funnel when the noise gets going. Yeah, you're damn right. This might be, PJ, you said it last week, this might be the perfect location you could have picked for Team USA to play a knockout game of this magnitude. A pick 'em against Belgium in Seattle tonight. The 12th man is going to be a raucous crowd. We saw how Estadio Azteca got last night. This might rival it tonight for USA.
Can we get a best of 7 going between Mexico and U.S. and Azteca and at Seattle Stadium at CenturyLink? That's what we need to do, man, because those two buildings, it's going to be great. Like you said, it's going to be similar to what England and Mexico City was. This is our Azteca, I feel like. I think of the stadiums that they chose to have these games in the States, if there was one that you wanted the U.S. to play a playoff game in, it would be Seattle. We saw what that environment was like for Australia. You can only imagine what it's going to be like tonight, especially with Balogun back, the fact it's in prime time. Because keep in mind, Pat, that Australia game kicked off at noon Pacific time. So that was like a middle of the afternoon type game. This is going to be like, what they're used to. Primetime games kicking off 8 o'clock, 5 o'clock start. So it's going to be unbelievable. And, Belgium's got some really good players that a lot of them play in the Premier League, and they've been in a lot of really good environments. This one tonight's going to be as loud, I'm sure, as any of them have ever played in. I can't wait to see it. It's going to be great. And if Balogun scores, oh my God, is that place going to lose its mind?
Oh, yeah. One last quick, we got a text coming through here really quickly because I think it's funny. A 734 number texts in, what makes soccer exciting must be the fact that only one person knows when the game ends. Yeah, look, it's true. That is the one thing, PJ, the stoppage time, and then when you get extra time on top of stoppage time because you have an injury or you have a goal or you have a review during stoppage time, it's almost as if the referee is then just kind of guesstimating how much additional time on top of the time that we've already been given is to be added on. So trust me, I get the frustration. If you're the team that's losing, you're like, please give us more time, another 2 minutes. And if you're the team that's winning and there's supposed to be 6 minutes and all of a sudden we're in the 8th minute of stoppage time, you're like, blow the whistle already. Yes. I imagine that's how Spain fans must have been feeling today when they held on to beat Portugal. But we got a lot more soccer to talk about because speaking of Team USA, why Fo Balogun is going to be able to play tonight, the controversy surrounding it, the president got involved, and we'll break down USA versus Belgium. Tell you everything you need to know about one of the biggest soccer games in the history of this country coming up in 90 minutes. We'll have it covered for you live throughout the entire game tonight. 310-840-4910. We're just getting rolling here. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
San Francisco is number 5 for me, the 49ers. Brock Purdy, I think, has proven that he's more than just Mr. Irrelevant who's been turned into a capable quarterback by Kyle Shanahan. He's shown that he's capable enough on his own. Could we have arguments about what he'd look like in a different system? Sure. But you could have that argument about just about any quarterback. And Mac Jones last year, stepping in Purdy's place, kept the 49ers afloat. So a very strong number 5 as we start the power rankings for our top 5 quarterback rooms around the NFL. Number 4. I worry about the backup situation because it's not great. But at the very least, the guy who is their number 2, at least I think he'll be their number 2 going into the season, has, what would we call it, familiarity with the program. That's probably the best way to put it. Because he's been around now for 3 years in that quarterback room. And it's a very good offensive coaching staff. And a future Hall of Famer as the starter doesn't hurt. The Rams at number 4. Matt Stafford's got all the weapons. We haven't yet seen him fall off the cliff. It may happen soon. Who knows? But as long as Stafford is still looking like an MVP caliber quarterback, Stetson Bennett IV is not inspiring any great levels of confidence. But at the very least, like I said, he is familiar with the system. And it's Sean McVay. It's Nate Scheelhaas. It's that same squad who would insulate, I think, Bennett with all those weapons if Stafford had to be out for a couple of weeks. So I have the Rams at number 4. Number 3, again, not an inspiring backup quarterback situation at number 3. It's more like, just good enough because this is a journeyman backup who's been with plenty of teams. I'm sure knows exactly how to handle himself as a veteran backup. And the starter is, again, MVP caliber, at least during the regular season. Buffalo Bills at number 3. Regular season Josh Allen, the best in the league. More often than not. Kyle Allen, look, if the Bills have to go a couple weeks without Josh Allen, we all know they're going to have more than a handful of issues. But we also know they can lean on the run game. We know that the the system itself is built around consistency with Brady remaining there. So Kyle Allen steps in, journeyman backup quarterback, but journeyman backup quarterbacks usually pick things up really quickly. And again, it's not inspiring, but it's okay. So not a very deep quarterback room, but when you got Josh Allen, I can't rank him any lower than number 3 as we rank the top 5 quarterback rooms in the NFL. Number 2, this is where I really do start to consider the strength of a backup, especially a complementary backup. And what I mean by that is a backup who knows how to play the game the same way the starter plays the game and has proven capable of it. Not fantastic at it because, well, he's a backup, but a whole hell of a lot better than other backups they've had in this offense. And that's Baltimore, the Ravens at number 2. Lamar Jackson, the starter, like I said, always capable of MVP level play in the regular season. And Snoop Huntley, a more than reliable backup. I've seen Snoop Huntley step into games, and the offense continues to function just as it should. Not at the same level as with Lamar in at quarterback, but certainly better than, say, when Cooper Rush was the backup. So I have the Ravens at number 2. And I'm going to stay in the division for number 1. No, not the Steelers. Come on, I'm not that big a homer, guys. Come on. Cincinnati. Joe Burrow is primed for an elite year. And Joe Flacco has shown his ability to step in. He did it again last year.
Should I just go? Alrighty, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. The phone number to join the show.
I asked for a review by FIFA. I spoke to a man who's highly respected, and by the way, whose level of respect has gone up tenfold. And he was good before this started, but you know, he really pushed it in this country. I'm the one that got them to do it.
All righty, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. We've got more YouTube comments to get to. We can get more of your phone calls and your texts in at 310-840-4910. But that was President Trump talking today that and confirming the rumors and the reports that President Trump called FIFA President Gianni Infantino and essentially asked him over the weekend to rescind the red card or rescind the one-match suspension for USA striker Fo Balogun. And that was the news that came down yesterday. FIFA repealing the one-game suspension, the FIFA disciplinary committee basically saying no one-game suspension, Fo Balogun eligible to play. It has since sparked a ton of controversy here over the last 24 hours, PJ. Every manager that has basically been asked about it in their post-game press conferences or media samples, Norway's manager, England's manager, Thomas Tuchel, a couple of other managers, Netherlands manager, have already basically said this is ridiculous, condemning FIFA for taking away the one-game suspension for Faux Balogun. USA didn't even have to appeal. I guess the appeal was President Trump calling up the president of FIFA. This is something we basically have not seen in over 60 years. When a player gets a red card, it is an automatic one-game suspension. We have not seen something like this in over 60 years. Do you think FIFA got it right? Whether or not you think the red card was deserved for Faux Balogun, did FIFA get it right, or is Team USA getting some very special treatment here?
No, I think they're getting some home cooking, Pat. The call I didn't think was a red card in real time, but you know what? He called it a red, and I think FIFA should have stuck by their guns, and he should have been suspended for the game tonight. As a USA fan, very pleased that he's back and he's playing and he's not serving the suspension, but understandable if you're a Belgium fan why you would be frustrated that Balogun is able to play in this game. I really am shocked because, Pat, that was the talking point, was the red card in the eyes of so many people was just like crazy. Nobody thought that was a red. And then the talks was, oh, they'll appeal this, and because it's such an egregious red, it should be overturned. But then World Media came out that the U.S. weren't allowed to appeal it. The call was going to stand. Balogun was going to miss this game against Belgium. And then we just middle of the day yesterday, I'm doing BetMGM game day right here on Westwood One Sports. I'm at a commercial break. My friend texts me the tweet that goes around about Balogun playing, and I'm like, this has to be a hoax. Like, there's no way that this is true. And we're in commercial break, and I'm like, guys, can we just check like 4 other sources before we make sure this is right, before we come on air with this? We obviously figure out that it is the truth. So just shock in real time, Pat. Just real shocking. And again, it really sucks for Belgium because you're preparing for the US's top player and their top striker. You're preparing for them not to have him for 4 days, and then you got to completely rip up that game plan and now integrate something new 24 hours before kickoff. So completely understand Belgium side, why they're frustrated. I am shocked. I'm sure many of us are still shocked, but I would be absolutely lying to you if I would be saying, like, I'm not happy about it. I mean, of course I'm happy about this. Balogun's back. Like, what do you mean? So, very excited to watch him play tonight. And like I was telling you in the first segment, if he scores, can't even imagine what the scene in Seattle is going to be like. But the way that this all played out, crazy. Part of me definitely does feel like, Pat, if the U.S. wasn't a host country, this wouldn't have happened. I definitely think they benefit from playing on their home soil, and the fact that the president and the FIFA president are friends. So all of this, I definitely seems shady for sure. But yeah, man, just still crazy that he's playing tonight.
Yeah, at 310-840-4910, your calls, your text. Do you think FIFA got it right, taking away the one-game ban, the one-game suspension for Faux Balogun and allowing him to play? Look, I got to be honest, PJ, if this was any other country, if this was Belgium co-hosting the World Cup and Romelu Lukaku or Kevin De Bruyne, their 2 best players, basically had what Faux Balogun had, and then their prime minister calls up Gianni Infantino and he takes away I'd be livid. I'd be freaking the hell out. So I can only imagine how other countries look upon us and look upon President Trump interjecting. Look, let's be honest, right? You could keep politics out of it, like U.S. politics. There's no need to go there at all. But like, think about the politics of it. The leader of our country called the leader of FIFA and essentially asked him to do what FIFA has almost never done. And Gianni Infantino goes, yeah, okay, sure, you got it, President Trump. We'll let him play. Like, I mean, come on.
Yeah. That's wild.
Short of saying that this is rigged, this is kind of rigged. It shouldn't have happened. and I'm fully with you. Faux Balogun should not have gotten a red card in the first place. It was a ill-timed tackle. Yes, he stepped on the Bosnia player's ankle. Yes, it was completely incidental. In the moment, it should have been a yellow. I don't think it should have been a red. But that's like saying, oh, that play shouldn't have been pass interference. And you know what? We're going to go ahead and we're going to go back and replay the game, or we're going to change the game. Right? I mean, it's apples to apples in the sense that this is a player. I don't know. Like here's the other example I could probably give you is the Cavaliers and the Warriors, and Draymond Green in the NBA Finals in 2015. You know, where he kind of kicks LeBron in the junk and gets the technical foul. That was his 15th. That's why he had to miss Game 6 of the NBA Finals, or Game 5 of the NBA Finals. Imagine if it was that Obama is the president at the time, or Trump, or whatever the hell the president was, calls up Adam Silver and says, "Hey, can you take that away? Like, Draymond Green should be playing. That's the wrong call." And then Adam Silver says, "Yeah, you know what? We're gonna repeal it, and Draymond Green's gonna be able to play." It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
This was FIFA's explanation, by the way. They cited Article 27 of its disciplinary code, which says, quote, "A judicial body can fully or partially suspend the implementation of a disciplinary measure." And then in a statement today, FIFA gave more details on the decision, said it found Balogun guilty of 2 breaches of its disciplinary code, one related to the red card and another for celebrating with his teammates on the field after the Bosnia match, despite having been ejected, given a red card. So it fined him $40,000, but suspended the automatic 1-match ban for a probationary period of 1 year. The committee said, quote, "The sanction remains dormant during the probationary period and will only be activated if he commits another infringement of a similar nature and gravity during that 1 year period." FIFA President Gianni Infantino insisted in a social media post that the committee acted with independence and judged cases such as Balogun's on applicable regulations and the specific facts. So, you know, Belgium has basically tried to appeal that decision, and FIFA was like, "Can't do that. That's inadmissible. Nope, sorry, get lost. You're not appealing that." And like we said, other countries, they have condemned FIFA for doing this. But again, as an American that roots for Team USA, PJ, I'm pretty pumped about it, because he's been the best goal scorer for Team USA, and that gives him a much better chance of winning this game. Do I feel a little slimy about it deep down? I do. Do I feel like this was kind of rigged for him to play because our president called the FIFA president? I do. But sometimes you're on the short end of the stick with what is unfair in life, and I feel like Team USA is on the better end of the stick in this case.
I agree with you. Part of me, too, a little bit deep down, is kind of like, oh, this sucks for Belgium. He probably shouldn't be playing, but when he's out there tonight, am I going to be cheering like crazy for him to score goals? Absolutely. He is plus 120 tonight to find the back of the net against Belgium. I'm sure there are plenty of people that are hammering that at BetMGM. But, Pat, yeah, I mean, do you know, so this red is taken away. Does that mean, do you know what that means for tonight's game? Like, if he, so it just goes back to his normal. If he picks up 2 yellows tonight, then he'd be ejected, or like, can he not pick up a yellow? Like, do you know how that works, basically? Is he just kind of like a clean player with no cards to his name right now?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I don't know how many yellow cards he had. He was carrying before last game. Let me see if I can quickly take a look here. Fo Balogun, I do not. Yeah, so he got a yellow card in the game against Australia. I don't know off the top of my head how many games it takes for those yellow cards to go away, because if you pick up yellow cards in back-to-back games, then it essentially counts as a red. You then miss the game after that. So right. I don't know how this red card, that is a red card, but the 1-game ban goes away. I don't know how. But if he does get a yellow, I'm not sure. That's something we'll probably have to look out for on the broadcast. You know, again, we'll be following it during the game. I'll try to find out on social media what happens if he does get a yellow. Off the top of my head, I don't know. But hopefully he doesn't get one. You know, just be a little extra cautious when you're going in for those 50-50 balls, Fo, please. Because we don't need, if USA wins tonight, you're going to need him even more against Spain in the quarterfinals. So we'll get to the game. We'll break it down. We'll give you a full preview in the next 40 minutes or so. But again, we want to know from you, 310-840-4910. Did FIFA do the right thing in overturning USA striker Fo Balogun's suspension? 310-840-4910. And again, BetMGM tonight is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we're going to go streaking when we return. Busy Monday night in baseball. We'll go around the crew. Everybody will pick somebody to get a hit. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is the matchup for Pulisic. And honestly, I think the best comp for this game, not to the same level, but is actually not any of the World Cup games the U.S. has played, but their final pre-tournament tune-up against Germany, where, Germany was, they're a more aggressive pressing team than Belgium is, but it's closer to that kind of matchup, right? When you're playing a European team that has European regulars littered across the pitch, that kind of team is just going to have more of the ball. And what we've seen from Mauricio Pochettino in the past, and this is mostly at the club level, is that Pochettino is not going to go all out, press relentlessly, like a Bielsa would, his mentor from many years ago, where it's not going to be like we're going to turn the dial up to 100 and we're going to crank up the pressure and we're going to be all over them. However, they will engage Belgium as soon as Belgium tries to make any kind of attacking move. So I suspect that Belgium will have a good bit of the possession here in the kind of like non-dangerous areas, the settled possession. And the whole goal of the U.S. will be to set up a press in a way that doesn't allow Belgium to progress the ball to the middle of the field. And then once they get to a certain point, there'll be what's called like pressing triggers, where when the ball gets to this moment or this person gets on the ball, then the U.S. will spring a press. And when they do that, the whole goal is win the ball quickly and attack in transition. And that is where Pulisic, throughout his career, has been at his best. And you'll see when the U.S. has the ball, he's going to be coming deeper tonight to get the ball than he has in the past matches. He didn't play against Turkey much, but I think you saw a little bit of it there in that match. So when Pulisic comes to get the ball, he's serving as the outlet. He's serving as the engine for the U.S. to move the ball from the midfield into the attacking areas, and he'll have more space to do that in this match, where I really thought, Greg Berhalter made this point, and a lot of people got mad at him because he's the former coach and people don't like him. But he made the point that he didn't feel like Pulisic was particularly involved against the game plan, but it was a sense of like Pulisic not being able to find space, not being able to get consistent service. There will be more space in this match for him to exploit than there was in the past matches.
I think tonight is just an optimal chance, a prime opportunity for Christian Pulisic to finally get his first goal of the 2026 World Cup. Because again, we know how much he can create with the ball on his foot. I mean, the guy creates his own space. It's like the ball is tethered to his toe at times, the way he dances around people. So if they were going to put maybe a little more emphasis before they found out of Balogun's return 24 hours ago, if they were going to place a little more emphasis on cutting off Pulisic's ability to create, and now all of a sudden they're being told, well, we can't give Balogun the space to get open and finish. That creates that moment of hesitation in the defender's mind, but also creates a conflict in the moment when you don't have a moment to think. You've just got to react instinctively. Do I close out on Balogun to keep him from finishing? Do I close out on Pulisic to keep him from creating? I think the tendency is going to be, by the Belgian defenders, their back line, is going to be to move in Balogun's direction.
Just go, Pat.
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. All right, let's try this. Here we go. It's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. It's time for our daily segment. Let's go streaking. All righty. And I'll start us off. We go around the crew. Everybody picks a player to get a hit. I got a current streak of 3. Combs is at 4. Monty's looking for a new one. And PJ is looking for 2 in a row. Give me Michael Harris to start things off. Braves hosting the Mets. And it is Mr. Freddie Peralta on the mound, who has been less than stellar. Michael Harris got a couple of knocks lifetime off of Freddie Peralta, but he is hitting righties at an over 300 clip. He's hitting basically 300 on the season. So he's the leadoff man. I think he gets at least a knock tonight. Give me Michael Harris of the ATL to get a hit. PJ, who you going with, brother?
Give me Austin Riley, Pat, who is also going up against Freddie Peralta. So that same game, same team with the Braves. 8 for 18 in his career against Peralta. He's got great numbers against them. So I'll go with Austin Riley to get a base hit tonight against the Mets.
All right, we got a couple of Bravos in the lineup. I'm going Michael Harris. PJ's going Austin Riley. Let's get to the longest active streaker, who is not named Brad right now, and that is producer Brandon Combs. 4 in a row. Combs, who you rocking with tonight?
I am going to go with the legend of Hunter Goodman. No real good feel on why I'm going with Hunter Goodman, his numbers, but batters-box.com has him as an elite rating. And tell them why that's good, Monty.
It's the best matchup you can have. So obviously you want to have an elite rating, right?
Absolutely,
nice.
110%.
And I think Combs was trying to hand the baton to you, Monty. So without further ado, our video producer, the owner and operator of batters-box.com, Mr. Michael Montgomery. Monty, looking to start a new streak. Who are you rocking with tonight, brother?
Thanks, Pat. I prefer when you hand me the baton. I'm going to go with Teoscar Hernandez. He's the second highest rated hitter I have on the site that Pat just mentioned, batters-box.com. Kyle Freeland, he's horrible. Allowed 105 hits in only 77 innings pitched. That's just insane. The only pitcher with over 100 hits allowed in less than 80 innings pitched this year. 2 trends I like. 111 games with an elite rating for Teoscar, getting a hit 68% of the time. Kyle Freeland has faced nearly 180 hitters with an elite rating. 70% of them are getting a hit, so love both of that. And then 4-star pitch mix for Teoscar tonight. 271 expected batting average against all 6 of Freeland's pitches.
Bang. Bang. All right, so there you go. I'm rolling with Michael Harris. PJ's got Austin Riley. Combs is going with Hunter Goodman. And Monty's going with Teoscar Hernandez. Couple of we got Rocky versus Dodger there in that game in Los Angeles tonight. But there you go. Harris, Riley, Goodman, and Hernandez, the lucky 4 for tonight. All right, when we come back, we'll get your phone calls. We'll get your text, 310-840-4910. We also got to get to what the hell is going on with Brandon Ayuk. And now I'm starting to think he might never play another snap in the NFL. That's next on BetMGM tonight.
San Francisco is number 5 for me, the 49ers. Brock Purdy, I think, has proven that he's more than just Mr. Irrelevant who's been turned into a capable quarterback by Kyle Shanahan. He's shown that he's capable enough on his own. Could we have arguments about what he'd look like in a different system? Sure. But you could have that argument about just about any quarterback. And Mac Jones last year, stepping in Purdy's place, kept the 49ers afloat. So a very strong number 5 as we start the power rankings for our top 5 quarterback rooms around the NFL. Number 4. I worry about the backup situation because it's not great. But at the very least, the guy who is their number 2, at least I think he'll be their number 2 going into the season, has, what would we call it, familiarity with the program. That's probably the best way to put it. Because he's been around now for 3 years in that quarterback room. And it's a very good offensive coaching staff. And a future Hall of Famer as the starter doesn't hurt. The Rams at number 4. Matt Stafford's got all the weapons. We haven't yet seen him fall off the cliff. It may happen soon. Who knows? But as long as Stafford is still looking like an MVP caliber quarterback, Stetson Bennett IV is not inspiring any great levels of confidence. But at the very least, like I said, he is familiar with the system. And it's Sean McVay. It's Nate Scheelhaas. It's that same squad who would insulate, I think, Bennett with all those weapons if Stafford had to be out for a couple of weeks. So I have the Rams at number 4. Number 3, again, not an inspiring backup quarterback situation at number 3. It's more like, well, just good enough because this is a journeyman backup who's been with plenty of teams. I'm sure knows exactly how to handle himself as a veteran backup. And the starter is, again, MVP caliber, at least during the regular season. Buffalo Bills at number 3. Regular season Josh Allen, the best in the league. More often than not. Kyle Allen, I mean, look, if the Bills have to go a couple weeks without Josh Allen, we all know they're going to have more than a handful of issues. But we also know they can lean on the run game. We know that the offense is, the system itself is built around consistency with Brady remaining there. So Kyle Allen steps in, journeyman backup quarterback, but journeyman backup quarterbacks usually pick things up really quickly. And again, it's not inspiring, but it's okay. So not a very deep quarterback room, but when you got Josh Allen, I can't rank him any lower than number 3 as we rank the top 5 quarterback rooms in the NFL. Number 2, this is where I really do start to consider the strength of a backup, especially a complementary backup. And what I mean by that is a backup who knows how to play the game the same way the starter plays the game and has proven capable of it. Not fantastic at it because, well, he's a backup, but a whole hell of a lot better than other backups they've had in this offense. And that's Baltimore, the Ravens at number 2. Lamar Jackson, the starter, like I said, always capable of MVP level play in the regular season. And Snoop Huntley, a more than reliable backup. I've seen Snoop Huntley step into games, and the offense continues to function just as it should. Not at the same level as with Lamar in at quarterback, but certainly better than, say, when Cooper Rush was the backup. So I have the Ravens at number 2. And I'm going to stay in the division for number 1. No, not the Steelers. Come on, I'm not that big a homer, guys. Come on. Cincinnati. Joe Burrow is primed for an elite year. And Joe Flacco has shown his ability to step in. He did it again last year.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Monday night show kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun first hour. Flew by, Paige. We talked a ton about that incredible Mexico-England game last night. England surviving down to 10 men for nearly 40 minutes after a red card. Harry Kane scores. Jude Bellingham had 2 goals. And they beat Mexico inside Estadio Azteca in Mexico City, giving them their first loss in that building, a competitive game for 13 years. They're on to the quarterfinals. Then we talked about whether or not FIFA was right to overturn the 1-game suspension for USA striker Fo Balogun. He's starting tonight. He's in the starting lineup as USA plays Belgium. Kickoff in an hour from Seattle. We've already been talking about it. We'll give you our full preview, deep dive breakdown here in 20 minutes from now. So if you want to join the show, our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Before we get to a little football here, and we've got some sound from Brandon Ayuk to hear, PJ, we do have another contributor to Let's Go Streaking, and that is Neil from Vancouver, who texted in. And so maybe this isn't maybe this is not a Let's Go Streaking edition. Maybe this is just a baseball comment in general. I must have misread this. I read it very quickly. But either way, Neil from Vancouver says, "What's up, guys? This is for your MLB segment. Congrats to Nick Kurtz for starting at first base over Vladdy at the All-Star game. The Lancaster, PA product comes home to Citizens Bank Park as an All-Star." And then Combs mentioned he didn't get the start over Vladdy. Guerrero just decided to not participate. And unless I missed that, is that trolling from Combs? But no, Kurtz is starting the All-Star game. Combs is not trolling me. Vladdy, he withdrew to rest an injury, so he is not playing in the All-Star game. So yeah, Nick Kurtz starting in the All-Star game. We've debated recently over the last couple of days who should be an All-Star, who shouldn't be an All-Star. We know Nick Kurtz definitely deserves to be one, and he's going to be starting. As Neil from Vancouver mentioned, he does come home, Lancaster, PA, not too far from Philly, as 8 days from now we'll have the All-Star game. So Nick Kurtz is a solid addition to be in the starting lineup, and that's a guy that deserves to be, if you're asking me. The rookie of the year last year and the season he's had so far, that's good. Some really good eyeballs on Nick Kurtz, a guy that deserves it.
1,000%. Anytime you can showcase some of the best stars in baseball, always a win for the game. Kurtz is one of the bright young stars, deserves to be there. So, shout out to Vladdy, actually, for kind of deciding to not be the starter. And Nick Kurtz gets that opportunity, and excited to watch him, and glad that more than the casual baseball fans, those that don't know about Nick Kurtz, will get a chance to watch him play.
Without a doubt. 310-840-4910. All right, we've got some more baseball talk that we can get to a little bit later this hour. But, PJ, I couldn't help but notice amidst the weekend, which, by the way, we can get into how our 4th of July weekends went. But, I did I was doing some scrolling at halftime of Mexico-England last night, and I basically unplugged from all of social media over the weekend, down at the Jersey Shore in Wildwood, spending time with the fam. And I was on the beach, got a nice burn. One day with sunscreen, the next day I was like, all right, I don't think I need the sunscreen. Chest all red. So, sometimes there's just certain lessons you never learn. But the first thing, I think, when I opened Twitter for the first time last night, for the first time in 2.5, 3 days, the first thing I get is the video of Brandon Ayuk dissing Jaden Daniels. And I believe we do have the sound of it. So if we could play that right here. Here's Brandon Ayuk on an Instagram story. The team he wants to be on, the Commanders, he said it publicly, probably not the best idea to go ahead and diss the quarterback.
Probably gonna text me talking about something. You on my team now. You follow my rules. Boy, I'm a grown-ass man, boy. You gonna have to start running behind your mama, and I might believe what you talking about. But until then,
Yeah, so that's not great. And PJ, let me preface this by saying that I think there was somebody on Twitter, Benjamin Albright, I believe it was, who is he's a Broncos insider for KOA Colorado. And I believe it was him. He tweeted that like don't get it twisted. They are trolling all of us. I forgot when he said that. I was like, well, how could that be possible? And then I remembered Brandon Ayuk played together with Jaden Daniels at Arizona State for a year. Jaden Daniels was a freshman. Ayuk caught over 1,000 yards and had 8 touchdowns. So they were teammates in 2019 for a year at Arizona State, but that didn't sound like a guy that's joking. And Brandon Ayuk, who has done just about everything that he could do wrong in the last month or two here in his attempt to try to get released by the 49ers and get on the Washington Commanders and get on a new football team. I don't think that he's joking when he says something about running behind your mama. We all know Jaden Daniels very close with his mom. This is my team now. You're going to have to play by my rules. You need to stop running behind your mama, and maybe I'll believe what you say. I don't think that's trolling. I don't know about you, PJ, but I think Brandon Ayuk has shown us that there's something wrong in his mental space. And if he had any shot of playing in the NFL and any shot of playing with the Commanders, I think he essentially did what a lot of us did this weekend. He lit it on fire and watched it explode, because I don't think the Commanders are going to touch him after this.
I would tend to agree. And I don't think this is a joking matter, Pat, because there are certain lines you don't cross. And I don't think joking about his mom is the way to go. And the tone of the voice did not sound like it was a joking matter, talking about running behind your mama. So yeah, even though they've played in college together, that's why so many people think that Ayuk would go to Washington to team up with his former college quarterback. But you start saying stuff like that, the guy who's probably vouching for you, right? Because before all of this, the front office, I'm sure, and again, Adam Peters and those guys have been in San Francisco. They were the one who helped draft Ayuk. They know what he's all about, what kind of player he could be for them when he's right. But if your franchise quarterback is also vouching for him, that goes a long way. Now to hear him post stuff like that when he's coming after the team, coming after the QB, maybe taking some shots below the belt, this is feeling similar to like that Antonio Brown Las Vegas Raiders situation when it felt like he was doing anything to kind of get out of that situation. He would post videos. He would say things on Twitter. It was just a nightmare. It feels very much like this with Ayuk. And we were talking about this last week or the week before. I told you, I think it's Commanders or bust. If it didn't work out with Washington and they didn't take a chance on him, I was worried for Ayuk that I don't know if we'll see him again in the NFL. Now the fact that it's looking worse and worse that he's going to sign with Washington again, I don't know at this point what kind of team would take a chance on Brandon Ayuk. He's a good player, but he's been out of the league for nearly 2 years, and now you got to deal with all of this stuff that you just know coaches and front office and teammates just don't want to deal with, all this stuff and all this baggage that it looks like you're going to have to if he joins your team. So yeah, not great for Ayuk. And like you, I there was nothing about that when I listened to it that sounded like it was a joking matter.
No, and Jaden Daniels responded on Instagram first. I think he put up just a picture of Kevin Durant with 2 thumbs down. And then I don't know if it was in the same picture or if it was. I don't follow Jaden Daniels, so I didn't check it out on Instagram. And I'm believing I'm not getting sentelled here with the couple of posts that I saw surfacing Jaden Daniels' Instagram story. I think the KD with the thumbs down was one, and then it was just a blurry photo with the caption "Enjoy retirement, pal," with a peace sign at Brand, and then he tagged Brandon Ayuk, so at Brandon Ayuk. So I don't know if, again, I saw somebody said if they're trolling, they're really committing to the bit right now, and I don't think this is a troll. I think Brandon Ayuk has, like you said, crossed the line by mentioning Jaden Daniels' mom, and I think it's pretty clear that just about everybody, even the guy that seemed to be Brandon Ayuk's last defender, last safeguard, if you will, last buoy, harbinger, last buoy of safety, his life raft was Jaden Daniels. And I think it was thrown out to him, and he essentially cut the string and let it sink down to the bottom of the ocean here. I agree with you. I don't think Brandon Ayuk is ever going to play another snap in the NFL. This was his chance. He has been dealing with a lot lately. And I think this is this goes without saying, I hope he gets the help he needs because I think he is not in a great mental space right now. He fired his agent, and I think he had a shot to play this season for the Commanders. And I think that this is a guy that is talented enough. And again, I don't think we've ever said Brandon Ayuk's top 5 receiver in football, but he was only in the league for a couple of years, and he really started to take off for the 49ers. And he was putting himself in that number 1 receiver role. And man, how the last year and a half has really changed everything. Couldn't even play a snap last year after he tore his ACL in 2024. And then the Niners void his guarantees in his contract because they're basically claiming he didn't show up for any rehab. And now to see it spiral this far, this is a guy that, again, had a lot of talent and potential, got a little bit of money, got paid a little bit. And then, whatever else he could have earned, he just bleeped it right down the drain here over the last couple of weeks with these decisions and these antics. And it's I wouldn't say it's sad to see, but it's definitely tough to see. That's for sure.
It definitely is. And again, he could be going to a situation if he signs with Washington where he's playing with his former college quarterback. You'd be the number 2 receiver along with Terry McLaurin. You'd be going to a front office that is familiar with you, guys that were in that room that helped draft you, that know what you're all about. It really could have been a great fresh start for Brandon Ayuk, and just seems like with each passing day that goes by, he just digs himself in a deeper and deeper hole. So yeah, Pat, we were talking about this story a couple weeks ago before this came out. I didn't think it was a high probability that he was going to sign. And now after seeing something like this, I just feel, I don't know how Washington can. This is a team, it's a huge year for them after making that surprise run in the NFC Championship game. Big disappointment last year. Now Jaden comes into year 3. People are wondering, is he going to return to that rookie of the year form? Dan Quinn is coaching for his job this season. Like, there was so much excitement around that team last year. And now people are wondering, like, where are we going in the future? So this is a no nonsense type year for Washington. They know they have to play a lot better. They have to contend and try and make the playoffs in the NFC. And I don't see why in a year as important as this one, especially for a guy like Dan Quinn and some of those other guys on that staff trying to save their job, why they would bring in a guy like this.
Yeah, 310-840-4910. Let's not forget, man, watching what Brandon Ayuk is doing to himself, it's like watching that scary movie where, the person who's trying to get away from the I'll say killer, all right? Because a scary movie, normally you're running away from the killer or whatnot. And you're watching a character just make all the wrong decisions, right? You go out in the yard and you hide in the cemetery, or you hide in the car that doesn't work, rather than running or getting, they run and then they fall and they trip, and it's like, why would you do that? That's what watching Brandon Ayuk do here the last couple of weeks has been like. Let's not forget, he posted a video of himself driving 120 miles an hour around Levi's Stadium in San Francisco. He's got an outstanding arrest warrant stemming from that video. Dude, just pay the speeding ticket, delete the video, stay off the phone, stop posting videos of you just throwing money around. It's not a good look. NFL teams at this stage, you are not you're an investment. And you're an investment where it's there's a lot of pros, yes, all the talent and the numbers and the youth. There is a lot of cons. There is a lot of negatives. And he is putting to light all the negatives. He fired his agent. He doesn't have any representation. You got a lot of money saved up, or hopefully you do, at least a little bit. Hire an agent. File for, not reinvestment, but basically to get back in the NFL because you're on the reserve left squad list from the 49ers. So file an agent, hire an agent, file all the paperwork you got to file with the NFL, pay the outstanding speeding ticket that you owe, and you probably are on an NFL team, and you've got another good chance here of resurrecting your career and doing it with a team that has a need at wide receiver. We're not talking about him being the 4th or 5th option on the Chiefs or on the Bills or on a fringe playoff team where it's maybe if things break right, he's got a chance here. With the Giants signing Odell Beckham. Brandon Ayuk could have been signed by the Commanders and immediately been the second best receiver on that roster. And he has essentially thrown it all away So that's why I keep saying I hope he gets the help he needs, because he clearly needs some help.
Amen. Well said. And it is a shame because you're right. San Francisco was a great situation. I mean, when he was there since he got drafted, they've been one of the best teams in the NFL. They had all that offensive skill talent. Washington is a downgrade, but if you do want to play and get legit playing time and be a real contributor to a team, like you said, I mean, Terry McLaurin's the one and he's the two. So it is a shame. And, I would go as far to say that it is sad, Pat, because it just doesn't feel like maybe he has enough people in his corner, people that he can turn to. He's definitely not getting the help. People aren't advising him through this situation because he should never be posting videos like that. And if the objective is to try and get back into the NFL and play with another team, he's got to get some people to help him out to do that.
310-840-4910. What do you think? Does Brandon Ayuk play another snap in the NFL this year? We'll take a short break. We got a couple more of your YouTube comments to get to. We'll go back to the soccer conversation because we are less than 45 minutes away from kickoff. We will do our full deep dive, breakdown, predictions, previews, best plays for USA against Belgium. Coming up at the top of the hour in Seattle, we'll have ourselves a watch party here on the show. So stick around. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is the matchup for Pulisic. And honestly, I think the best comp for this game, not to the same level, but is actually not any of the World Cup games the U.S. has played, but their final pre-match tune-up, pre-tournament tune-up against Germany, where, Germany was, they're a more aggressive pressing team than Belgium is, but it's closer to that kind of matchup, right? When you're playing a European team that has European regulars littered across the pitch, that kind of team is just going to have more of the ball. And what we've seen from Mauricio Pochettino in the past, and this is mostly at the club level, is that Pochettino is not going to go all out, press relentlessly like a Bielsa would, his mentor from many years ago, where it's not going to be like we're going to turn the dial up to 100 and we're going to crank up the pressure and we're going to be all over them. However, they will engage Belgium as soon as Belgium tries to make any kind of attacking move. So I suspect that Belgium will have a good bit of the possession here in the kind of like non-dangerous areas, the settled possession. And the whole goal of the U.S. will be to set up a press in a way that doesn't allow Belgium to progress the ball to the middle of the field. And then once they get to a certain point, there'll be what's called like pressing triggers, where when the ball gets to this moment or this person gets on the ball, then the U.S. will spring a press. And when they do that, the whole goal is win the ball quickly and attack in transition. And that is where Pulisic, throughout his career, has been at his best. And you'll see when the U.S. has the ball, he's going to be coming deeper tonight to get the ball than he has in the past matches. He didn't play against Turkey much, but I think you saw a little bit of it there in that match. So when Pulisic comes to get the ball, he's serving as the outlet. He's serving as the engine for the U.S. to move the ball from the midfield into the attacking areas, and he'll have more space to do that in this match, where I really thought, Greg Berhalter made this point, and a lot of people got mad at him because he's the former coach and people don't like him. But he made the point that he didn't feel like Pulisic was particularly involved against the game plan, but it was a sense of like Pulisic not being able to find space, not being able to get consistent service. There will be more space in this match for him to exploit than there was in the past matches.
I think tonight is just an optimal chance, a prime opportunity for Christian Pulisic to finally get his first goal of the 2026 World Cup. Because again, we know how much he can create with the ball on his foot. I mean, the guy creates his own space. It's like the ball is tethered to his toe at times, the way he dances around people. So if they were going to put maybe a little more emphasis before they found out of Balogun's return 24 hours ago, if they were going to place a little more emphasis on cutting off Pulisic's ability to create, and now all of a sudden they're being told, well, we can't give Balogun the space to get open and finish. That creates that moment of hesitation in the defender's mind, but also creates a conflict in the moment when you don't have a moment to think. You've just got to react instinctively. Do I close out on Balogun to keep him from finishing? Do I close out on Pulisic to keep him from creating? I think the tendency is going to be, by the Belgian defenders, their back line, is going to be to move in Balogun's direction.
The game goes live. The conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. When the U.S. scores, you score too. Win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every U.S. goal. Place a $5 or more pre-match bet on any World's Game match in which the U.S. is playing. That's tonight in the next 40 minutes against Belgium. And apply your Goal Rush token. You'll win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every goal scored by the U.S. in the match. The bonus bets will be split among all eligible winners after the match. So that's from our friends at BetMGM. PJ, USA, Belgium tonight. Team USA looking for revenge after Belgium beat them in extra time in the World Cup in 2014. Chris Wondolowski, the sitter. That should have been a goal. Instead, it wasn't. De Bruyne in the 93rd. Romelu Lukaku in the 105th. Julian Green gets the goal in the 107th. And it was oh so close, but it was not meant to be when they played each other in Brazil in 2014. Belgium would go on in that World Cup to then lose to Argentina in the quarterfinals 1-0. Germany beat Argentina in the World Cup final that year 1-0. But it feels like the tables have absolutely turned here, PJ. We look at our friends at BetMGM here for this match, and USA is the favorite to advance right now at minus 138. Belgium is plus 110. This was a pick'em. And then we got the faux Balogun news. It has pushed USA back to a slight favorite here, PJ. So that is, regardless of the result, if you're somebody that has been a fan of the World Cup, but you're like, damn it, I hate that they could tie technically in the first 90 minutes. You don't want to deal with any of that. Just to advance, USA minus 138, Belgium plus 110. If you want to place a wager on this match in the 90 minutes of regular time, USA to get it done on the money line plus 140, Belgium plus 185. for them to go to extra time, aka you're going to play the draw. That's plus 230. And then just in terms of the goal scorers here, Fo Balogun, plus 120. Romelu Lukaku, who is coming off the bench. Be wary of that. He is not in the starting lineup for Belgium, plus 162. Haji Wright for USA is plus 175. Ricardo Pepi, also on the bench, plus 175. Christian Pulisic, plus 200. And then Matthias Fernandes from Belgium is plus 210. And Fernandes is also not in the starting lineup. So that is, again, the two guys for Belgium listed in the scorers market, not in the starting lineup. Here is the starting lineup for Team USA. Freeze is in goal. The back line is Anthony Robinson, Tim Reen, Richards, and Freeman. Malik Tillman, who had that free kick goal against Bosnia, he starts in the midfield alongside Tyler Adams and Weston McKennie. No surprise there. Serginho Dest on the wing with Pulisic, and it is Fo Balogun at striker for USA. For Belgium, Thibaut Courtois, one of the best goalies in the world, is in the posts. De Kuyper, Mekele, Nguyen, Timothy Castagne in the back line. Raskin and Onana in the midfield. And then Leandro Trossard, Yuri Tillemans, and Luca Bacchio in the attacking midfield. And they're starting Charles de Ketelaere at striker. So, PJ, that's the first thing that stood out to me. Belgium manager Rudy Garcia, I think he is essentially playing this game for extra time. Or he's playing it to try to win it in the last 15, 20 minutes or so. Kevin De Bruyne, best player Belgium's ever had, on the bench. Jeremy Doku for Man City, great attacking midfielder, on the bench to start the game. And this is not a surprise because that's been this way because he was injured this year for Napoli, barely even played, but he's had a big impact off the bench. But Lukaku, Romelu Lukaku, coming off the bench tonight alongside Hans Vanaken, who has also been in the starting lineup a lot, and Arthur Tiate. So basically 4 or 5 guys that you would think would be in the starting lineup for Belgium are on the bench to start. That tells me Belgium's playing not to lose. That tells me Belgium's playing conservatively. USA has got to go and take it to Belgium and try to get an early lead and force them to put in their guys a lot earlier than they want to, because if this game does go the distance, Belgium's going to have their best and most impactful players coming off the bench, a little bit fresher. Not necessarily you could say the same about Team USA, so I think the best chance for the red, white, and blue to get this done is inside 90 minutes, and more importantly, to get that ever-important first goal in the first half.
1,000%. I mean, getting that first goal, Pat, is so big for so many reasons. Obviously, you're at home. Get that first goal. The crowd's already buzzing. They see that first one go in. It's just going to even be more so. But like you said, now that we've seen what Belgium's starting 11 is, you can clearly see what their plan of attack is. They're playing the long game. They think this thing's going to extra time and possibly penalties. So instead, when we were on air for the Portugal and Croatia game, and we were having the conversation of what is Portugal going to do with Ronaldo? What is Croatia going to do with Luka Modric if this game goes the full 120 and goes in to extra time? And we saw that Portugal decided to pull Ronaldo in the final minutes of regulation time, especially when they went out. So Belgium's essentially doing the opposite. They're resting these guys for probably the first 30, 40 minutes, maybe 60 minutes or so, and then playing them for the last 30 into stoppage time and extra time because they think this game is headed for a full 120, and I think a lot of us certainly feel that way. So like you said, so imperative for the U.S. because the crowd's behind them. They put all the pressure on Belgium. Maybe you make the manager put in those reserves earlier than he wants. And Pat, this has been a team. I mean, those first 3 group game games that they had, they got off to a fast start. They scored in all of those games in the first 12 minutes. Bosnia, they had Balogun scoring about the 25th, 30th minute that got called back for an offside, and then he went and scored in the 40th minute. But they've been pretty good at scoring early in these games and in the first half. So if they continue to do that, play with the lead, and force Belgium's hand a little quicker than they'd like, that's definitely a good look. But yeah, we were talking off air, from a betting perspective, because just going on Twitter and looking at all these odds makers, and as you would imagine, they're saying there's a great handle on this game tonight. A lot of people, two-way action, a lot of opinions on this game. What this starting 11 is telling me, and as you were saying, Belgium's definitely going to be a defensive-minded team here in the first half. So I think betting, 0 goals in the first half at plus 190 certainly could be a good look. Maybe you want to look at the U.S. in, if you think the U.S. are going to take advantage of Belgium resting their guys and continue to get off to a hot start like they've been doing. You can bet them on the money line at plus 200 to be leading in the first half. So it's an interesting way to think about the game too, but the start in all these games are always imperative. You always want to play with the lead and put the pressure on the other team, but I can't remember seeing a game like this so far this tournament where so much firepower is coming off the bench and a coach is making it so clear how he thinks the game is going to play it out that if the U.S. can throw a wrench into that and get off to a hot start like England did last night, maybe throw up a couple goals, then all of a sudden they're going to be cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. And think about the starts that USA has gotten off to. Paraguay, they scored off an own goal in the 7th minute. Australia, they score off an own goal in the 11th minute. Turkey, scored in the 3rd minute off that corner. And then against Bosnia, it felt like it took forever, but Balogun scored right before half in the 45th minute. So the first three games, the group stage games, USA had a 1-0 lead inside the first 15 minutes. And then even against Bosnia, who played that kind of conservative first half, was playing back, it took USA 45 minutes, but they got the lead. So they've scored first in every game. They've had a halftime lead, or excuse me, they've scored in the first half in every game. They've had the first goal of the game in every game. And so for Belgium, they started their group stage very unappealing, very conservative, basically saying, all right, we're just not going to lose. And we know that as long as we win one game, we'll get through. They played Egypt. They tied them 1-1. Was kind of a boring game. There was 1 goal scored in the first half. They played Iran, 0-0 draw, very boring. Then they needed to beat New Zealand, the weakest team in the group, and they did it, 5-1. But that was the result they absolutely had to have and should have had. Against Senegal, they were not Senegal took it to them. Senegal was the attacking team. They scored the goal first. They got up 2-0. They had the game all but wrapped up, and then Belgium, in desperation and in miracle fashion, scored 2 goals in the final 10 minutes of regular time to get it to extra time, and then they get that penalty in the 124th minute, which Yuri Tillemans sealed in and slotted in for them. So, the first 15 minutes of this game are going to be very, very telling. Because USA, we're looking to hit on the front foot. We're playing attacking soccer. I think that's the way to go. It has been rewarding the teams that are going for it and trying to win and not playing not to lose. Belgium has done the opposite. We saw it cost the Netherlands in the knockout game against Morocco, and Zlatan was crushing the Netherlands because he goes, this is not their identity. This is not a team that should be playing not to lose, and that's exactly what they did. They tried to play it for penalties, and they got hurt. They played defensive football. They play defensive soccer, making sure you're safe and conservative and you're not going to get hit on a counterattack. You're not going to get stretched in the back line. You're going to play conservative, and it ended up they lost in penalties. So we'll see if Belgium decides to employ that tactic. And PJ, you and I both agree that the starting 11, we think basically signals that they're going to be a conservative group. USA is going to come at them. They're going to go into a shell. And if they can keep the USA out for the first 15, 20 minutes, they get their legs underneath them. They're a slower team. They like to play a little bit slower. USA likes to hit on the counter, likes to play fast. And if Belgium can take the wind out of the sails and take the snap out of Team USA and out of this crowd by not giving up a goal, by the time we get to that hydration break in the 22nd, 23rd minute, I think they like their chances of being able to settle into this game. And we agree, they're playing the long game here. So I also like no goals in the first half. But yeah, USA has gotten the first goal in every game. So if you think, screw it, Belgium wants to play not to lose, well, it's going to cost them. USA to get that halftime lead, like you said, PJ, is pretty appealing as well. Nearly 2-1 with our friends at BetMGM. I tend to think maybe I have a problem with Belgium. Maybe I can't quit them, PJ. Don't get me wrong. Personally, I'm rooting for Team USA. But if I had to put $5 on this game, $10 on this game, Belgium to win in penalties, if their plan works out, they got the better goalie. We've said it during this tournament, though, PJ. Rarely does that guarantee you to win a penalty shootout having the better goalie. But Thibaut Courtois, top 3 in the world, if it gets to a penalty shootout, I think Belgium's going to win. So I hope Team USA wins this thing in 90 minutes, because otherwise we might be in some trouble tonight. And I just don't think it's going to be easy. So Belgium to win in penalties is nearly plus 1,000. If you are hoping to maybe hedge your emotions as a person rooting for Team USA, I think that would be the way to go. But I could be dead wrong. Team USA could just be flat out way better than Belgium, who has appeared fraudulent throughout this tournament. Maybe we crush them tonight. Maybe it's 2-0. Maybe you add on a third in stoppage time when they're forcing to push everybody forward. Maybe we just absolutely crush them tonight and really start to reimagine just how far this team could go, PJ. Maybe that happens.
That'd be nice. I don't think it's going to, Pat, but you know what? That would be lovely. Because so far, really, throughout this tournament, they've played stress-free games. You know, the Paraguay game was stress-free. Australia, for the most part. Turkey A game meant nothing. And then Bosnia got a little dicey when they were up 1-0, and then we went down to 10 men. But for the most part, I mean, you know, you watch like some of these other matches, and we haven't had to deal with anything like some of these other countries have. So I think tonight we're probably going to get one of those. It's going to be close. I, too, think it's going to penalties. You could certainly bet USA at 10-1 to win in penalties, Belgium at 10-1, or you could just bet either team to win in penalties at like plus 450 and go about it that way as well. But, Pat, for people like you out there that do think Belgium is going to win the game, I would actually wait to bet them. Roll the dice because of the starting 11 and the plan that we think they're going to have, it's probably unlikely that they're going to take a 1-0 lead, especially early in the game. So I think if you like Belgium, you just wait. And then if it's, 0-0 and that's at halftime, that certainly favors Belgium when they bring in those guys off the bench. And then I think you bet them live. Or if the U.S. goes up 1-0, then you even have a better price on Belgium to win the game. So I think with the starting lineup that they have at this point, to me, no real value in betting Belgium at the start of the game. I would just wait to see how it plays out. First 20, first 30 minutes, first half. And, if it's 0-0, if it's 1-1, whatever it may be, you got to feel good if you're a Belgium fan with the fresh legs coming off. And, Pat, something we have to mention, too. We've talked about this before, but Thibaut Courtois, as good as it gets in penalty kicks as a goalie. So if it does get there, you're talking about an inexperienced guy in Freeze on one end for the U.S., and then you're talking about one of the best in the business in Courtois, which is certainly an advantage for Belgium. So that's another thing that the U.S. would have to work out for. I mean, this game really as simple as the U.S. has to get off to a good start, and Belgium is looking for kind of that late push to win the game. It's going to be a battle of two halves, and just adds even more intrigue to this matchup tonight. But for the U.S., again, you're at home. You're in front of that raucous crowd in Seattle. You've been waiting around. You get the Balogun news that he's back tonight. The boys are going to be buzzing. They're going to be ready to go, generating chances. Hopefully they're able to find the back of the net.
Yeah, and that's, by the way, what kind of match do you think we get tonight from Fo Balogun? He's got to probably be feeling vindicated in one sense, but also with all the controversy that has now been sparked because of that, and knowing that President Trump's phone call to Gianni Infantino, the president of FIFA, is basically the only reason why he's playing. Do you feel like he maybe feels a little uneasy tonight? Do you think we get kind of I don't think he's ever going to play timid, because he's very aggressive, and that's been part of the reason why he's turned into such a star here during this tournament. But almost, do you think we get do you think he's not at his best? Do you think maybe far from the A game that we get tonight from Fo Balogun? I hope he proves. I hope he scores in the first half, because that's got to be a weight off his shoulders, no matter what's going through his mind and his emotions, and maybe some angsty nerves right now. If he's able to get a goal in the first half, oh boy, then like I said, I think maybe the floodgates might open up here. But I don't know. I'm a little nervous for Fo Balogun here and just how he's going to look in the first half or so.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair to wonder how he's going to look. He strikes me as a guy who is going to make the most of the opportunity, knows that he's fortunate that he's able to play in the game tonight, and I think he's going to make the most of it. And Pat, you bring up what a goal would do for him, and you're right. I mean, if he scores, it's going to calm the nerves down, it's going to fire him up, but then think about psychologically what that does to Belgium too, right? If he scores, then all of a sudden it's just human nature to be like, man, of course, like that guy shouldn't even be playing tonight. Like that's BS that he's out there scoring goals, like just that sense of, anything that can just take their mind off of the job at hand just to distract them a little bit is a win for the U.S. So him scoring a goal, not only does it put up points on the board for the U.S., not only does it get Flo in a sense, state of calm and get him dialed in, but just what that would do for Belgium, the fans, the players, the coaches. Of course, it'd piss all of them off, right? I mean, any guy in that situation that you don't feel like should be playing, if he does and he's making an impact, is just a double whammy, both sides. I actually think Pulisic might be the guy tonight, Pat. He hasn't scored yet in this tournament. He's the captain. I mean, these are the games where you got to come through, right? We have seen this tournament has been all about the stars. Messi, Mbappe, Haaland, Kane, all these guys are delivering. We thought Pulisic would be the guy coming in. It's ended up being Balogun. But tonight, I think we could see Pulisic find the back of the net. So if I was actually going to bet somebody to score tonight, it would be number 10. And you're getting a good price on him now, like plus 200, plus 210. So I think that value is worth it tonight.
310-840-4910. One last thing, PJ. Is this the biggest game in the history of U.S. soccer tonight? I say yes. Looking to get to the quarterfinals for the first time since 2002. I think that game against Mexico in the round of 16 in South Korea, Japan in 2002, where we beat Mexico 2-0 to get to the quarterfinals. That quarterfinal game against Germany, that's probably the biggest game since the last couple of knockout games that USA has been in. Round of 16 in 2010, lose to Ghana in extra time. Round of 16 in 2014, lose to Belgium in extra time. Round of 16 in 2022, lose to Netherlands 3-1. Round of 16 tonight against Belgium. How do they do? PJ, I think this is the biggest game in the history for U.S. soccer because of the increased chances we give this team, and it's at home. You got to take care of business.
That's the part. It's the fact that it's at home. It's in front of the home fans. Everybody's locked in. And Pat, it's the quality of play that we've seen through the first 4 games. We had no idea what to expect coming into the tournament. And then they have that performance against Paraguay. Everybody gets bought in. Now you're favored. You're expected to win this game tonight. I agree. It's the biggest game in the history of the team, and just hope they deliver, man. Hope they come through.
Looking to make the quarterfinals for the third time. Well, technically the second time, all the way back in 1930 in the first World Cup. After the group stage, USA went right to the semifinals and then got smoked by Argentina. So, truly, this is looking to get to the quarterfinals for the second time. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll talk some baseball. We'll get you set for kickoff between USA and Belgium, and we'll have a watch party on the show, so you don't need to go anywhere. We'll keep you updated all game long. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
San Francisco is number 5 for me, the 49ers. Brock Purdy, I think, has proven that he's more than just Mr. Irrelevant who's been turned into a capable quarterback by Kyle Shanahan. He's shown that he's capable enough on his own. Could we have arguments about what he'd look like in a different system? Sure. But you could have that argument about just about any quarterback. And Mac Jones last year, stepping in Purdy's place, kept the 49ers afloat. So a very strong number 5 as we start the power rankings for our top 5 quarterback rooms around the NFL. Number 4, I worry about the backup situation because it's not great. But at the very least, the guy who is their number 2, at least I think he'll be their number 2 going into the season, has, what would we call it, familiarity with the program. That's probably the best way to put it. Because he's been around now for 3 years in that quarterback room. And it's a very good offensive coaching staff. And a future Hall of Famer as the starter doesn't hurt. The Rams at number 4. Matt Stafford's got all the weapons. We haven't yet seen him fall off the cliff. It may happen soon. Who knows? But as long as Stafford is still looking like an MVP caliber quarterback, Stetson Bennett IV is not inspiring any great levels of confidence. But at the very least, like I said, he is familiar with the system. And it's Sean McVay. It's Nate Scheelhaas. It's that same squad who would insulate, I think, Bennett with all those weapons if Stafford had to be out for a couple of weeks. So I have the Rams at number 4. Number 3, again, not an inspiring backup quarterback situation at number 3. It's more like, well, just good enough because this is a journeyman backup who's been with plenty of teams. I'm sure knows exactly how to handle himself as a veteran backup. And the starter is, again, MVP caliber, at least during the regular season. Buffalo Bills at number 3. Regular season Josh Allen, the best in the league. More often than not. Kyle Allen, I mean, look, if the Bills have to go a couple weeks without Josh Allen, we all know they're going to have more than a handful of issues. But we also know they can lean on the run game. We know that the offense is, the system itself is built around consistency with Brady remaining there. So Kyle Allen steps in, journeyman backup quarterback, but journeyman backup quarterbacks usually pick things up really quickly. And again, it's not inspiring, but it's okay. So not a very deep quarterback room, but when you got Josh Allen, I can't rank him any lower than number 3 as we rank the top 5 quarterback rooms in the NFL. Number 2, this is where I really do start to consider the strength of a backup, especially a complementary backup. And what I mean by that is a backup who knows how to play the game the same way the starter plays the game and has proven capable of it. Not fantastic at it because, well, he's a backup, but a whole hell of a lot better than other backups they've had in this offense. And that's Baltimore, the Ravens at number 2. Lamar Jackson, the starter, like I said, always capable of MVP level play in the regular season. And Snoop Huntley, a more than reliable backup. I've seen Snoop Huntley step into games, and the offense continues to function just as it should. Not at the same level as with Lamar in at quarterback, but certainly better than, say, when Cooper Rush was the backup. So I have the Ravens at number 2. And I'm going to stay in the division for number 1. No, not the Steelers. Come on, I'm not that big a homer, guys. Come on. Cincinnati. Joe Burrow is primed for an elite year. And Joe Flacco has shown his ability to step in. He did it again last year.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
A swing and a high line left field. Low, turn around, and see you later. Contreras with number 20. A 3-run blast. That's his second in as many nights here at the Big A.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. I'm Pat Boyle. He is PJ Glasser. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Last minute predictions on USA versus Belgium. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. You can put it in the YouTube chat. We've already had some great comments in the YouTube chat tonight. You can also tweet the show at BetMGM Tonight. So plenty of ways to interact. You can also interact with us individually I'm on Twitter at PatBoyle44. PJ's on Twitter at PJGlasser9. But that call there that we heard coming back from break, Peach, as we're going to talk a little baseball, courtesy of Nesson, Wilson Contreras having himself one hell of a season. Now, he's involved in what feels like a benches clearing, fracas or a brawl like every single weekend. But, man, my man is turning up in a big way for the Boston Red Sox this year. Now, Boston themselves not having a great season. The Bo Sox are 40-48. They've actually gotten hot here lately. They swept the Yanks. They have won 8 out of their last 10, so they're 8 under 500. But Wilson Contreras, aging like fine wine at 34 years old, hitting .284 on the season with 20 bombs and 59 RBIs. And specifically, I know we're only a couple days into July, PJ, but man, 353 average, a 1215 OPS, and already 6 ribbies here in just 4 games in the month of July. He's the hottest hitter in baseball right now. And if Boston is going to make a massive comeback here in their season, it's because of their catcher. Or excuse me, it's because of Wilson Contreras.
Yeah, I mean, he's batting .284, Pat, 20 bombs, 59 RBIs, 921 OPS. He's been terrific for the Red Sox. Like you said, they've had a really disappointing year, but they do have some pieces that they could trade away at the deadline if they so choose. Definitely Contreras being one of them. Aroldis Chapman is another guy. We know this day and age in baseball how highly coveted really good relievers are, and Chapman's been terrific this year for Boston. Those have really been the 2 bright spots for the Red Sox so far this season. Like you said, they're playing a little bit better. But with the American League being so bad, Pat, I just feel it's kind of all fool's gold. Even though if you go on a hot 10-game stretch, 2-week stretch, you can go from 5 games back to into the playoff picture in the American League. I kind of get the vibe, though, with Boston firing Cora earlier this season and how bad they have pretty much played the whole year, that they're not going to go for it. I do think they're going to sell off some pieces, and I certainly think Chapman's going to be one of them, and it wouldn't surprise me if Contreras was another.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. So a guy that never catches anymore, and he's played every game at first base this year. I think he's DH'd like once or twice. Does he end up getting traded? And if so, he's going to be a pretty valuable bat here at the deadline. I mean, he's playing himself right into the lineup potentially of a World Series contender. And, this is a guy that I'm just looking here at his contract. He signed a pretty big deal with the Red Sox. 5 years, $87.5 million, but he's only got 1 more year after this. And then there's a club option. Plus, of course, PJ, we always got to mention this here as a, as a buffer, we have the potential of a lockout next year. So really, what does a contract matter if you're not going to have baseball next season? So it's not an expiring contract. It's close to it. I think, Wilson Contreras is going to be one of the hottest commodities here at the trade deadline.
No doubt about it. Guy who's having the season that he can, a great right-handed bat there. There are going to be plenty of teams that covet that. And I don't think you're going to have to give up as much as you think you might have to if you're a team. So, yeah, I think there's a good shot he's moved at the deadline.
Yeah, I think the fact that his he's going to be paid, he's getting paid $17 million, whatever the rest of the $18 million this year, $17 million next year, that probably warrants not having to give up many picks, draft picks, or I should say prospects, if at all. 310-840-4910. We will get the watch party started. USA versus Belgium. When we return, we'll also talk a little Wimbledon right here. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood.
This is the matchup for Pulisic. And honestly, I think the best comp for this game, not to the same level, but is actually not any of the World Cup games the U.S. has played, but their final pre-tournament tune-up against Germany, where, Germany was, they're a more aggressive pressing team than Belgium is, but it's closer to that kind of matchup, right? When you're playing a European team that has European regulars littered across the pitch, that kind of team is just going to have more of the ball. And what we've seen from Mauricio Pochettino in the past, and this is mostly at the club level, is that Pochettino is not going to go all out, press relentlessly, like a Bielsa would, his mentor from many years ago, where it's not going to be like we're going to turn the dial up to 100 and we're going to crank up the pressure and we're going to be all over them. However, they will engage Belgium as soon as Belgium tries to make any kind of attacking move. So I suspect that Belgium will have a good bit of the possession here in the kind of like non-dangerous areas, the settled possession. And the whole goal of the U.S. will be to set up a press in a way that doesn't allow Belgium to progress the ball to the middle of the field. And then once they get to a certain point, there'll be what's called like pressing triggers, where when the ball gets to this moment or this person gets on the ball, then the U.S. will spring a press. And when they do that, the whole goal is win the ball quickly and attack in transition. And that is where Pulisic, throughout his career, has been at his best. And you'll see when the U.S. has the ball, he's going to be coming deeper tonight to get the ball than he has in the past matches. He didn't play against Turkey much, but I think you saw a little bit of it there in that match. So when Pulisic comes to get the ball, he's serving as the outlet. He's serving as the engine for the U.S. to move the ball from the midfield into the attacking areas, and he'll have more space to do that in this match, where I really thought, Greg Berhalter made this point, and a lot of people got mad at him because he's the former coach and people don't like him. But he made the point that he didn't feel like Pulisic was particularly involved against the game plan, but it was a sense of like Pulisic not being able to find space, not being able to get consistent service. There will be more space in this match for him to exploit than there was in the past matches.
I think tonight is just an optimal chance, a prime opportunity for Christian Pulisic to finally get his first goal of the 2026 World Cup. Because again, we know how much he can create with the ball on his foot. I mean, the guy creates his own space. It's like the ball is tethered to his toe at times, the way he dances around people. So if they were going to put maybe a little more emphasis before they found out of Balogun's return 24 hours ago, if they were going to place a little more emphasis on cutting off Pulisic's ability to create, and now all of a sudden they're being told, well, we can't give Balogun the space to get open and finish. That creates that moment of hesitation in the defender's mind, but also creates a conflict in the moment when you don't have a moment to think. You've just got to react instinctively. Do I close out on Balogun to keep him from finishing? Do I close out on Pulisic to keep him from creating? I think the tendency is going to be, by the Belgian defenders, their back line, is going to be to move in Balogun's direction.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Live.
Again, 7 match Osaka. 2 sets to them. 6-2, 7-6.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. PJ Glasser is with me again tonight. He's in for Brad Evans. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 kicks off right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All right. Team USA has kicked it off against Belgium in Seattle in the round of 16. A spot in the quarterfinals on the line at Lumen Field. USA, they're playing in the all-blue. Belgium in their alternate unis, which is like an off-white with splashes of blue and pink throughout. Don't like it as much as their normal unis, but I don't know who gets to decide based on who's the apparent home team and away team. Obviously, I know this game's in the U.S., but I don't think FIFA, that automatically means USA is the home team. So, again, we're going FIFA watch party here throughout this game, and Timothy Castagne nearly just put one in the upper 90 in the first minute. Freeze already with a hell of a save right out of the top drawer for Team USA. So an immediate attack by Belgium. We'll keep you posted. All the plays, everything you should know, maybe some in-game wagering opportunities with our friends at BetMGM, but of course, we're all rooting for Team USA tonight. And so we'll keep you posted on that. 310-840-4910. But PJ, as the game is going on, we've got some other things to talk about here following an incredible 4th of July weekend. And you heard the final call there on ABC, ESPN over the weekend. Women's world number 1, Aryna Sabalenka, goes down. It's another early exit for her at a Grand Slam tournament, beaten by the 3-time major champion, Naomi Osaka, in the round of 16, and she did it in straight sets. Incredible win for Osaka, who, again, was at the top of the tennis game a couple of years ago, and then took a mental health break, then took a maternity break to have her first child. And since she's gotten back, she's kind of floated around the top 20. But, man, she has been starving for a win like this for a while now, especially since, PJ, she had already played Sabalenka 3 times this year and lost every single time. This was a significant win for Osaka, and it's one that very well could boost her to another Grand Slam title and maybe back in the top 5 for the foreseeable future. What did you think of this upset here over the weekend at Wimbledon?
I mean, yeah, you've been talking about it. Sabalenka's the best women's player in the world, pretty much. It feels like she's number 1 going into all these tournaments, but the grass has always been the toughest one for her to deal with. And Osaka has been getting better and better in these tournaments. At the U.S. Open last year, I thought she could make a run. I thought she could win it, and she did not. And then here at Wimbledon, I mean, after taking down Sabalenka, now a lot of people think she might finish the job and win here at Wimbledon. So you're talking about a 2-time U.S. Open champ. You're talking about a 2-time Australian Open champ. She's had a good career, had that brief time where she stepped away, Pat, but I feel like as of late here, she's starting to return to the Naomi Osaka that we all kind of knew before she took time away. And this women's side of the bracket, man, I mean, we knew coming in, you could really make a case for a lot of girls. We've reached the quarters. All 8 of these players are ranked. They're within the top 25. So good luck trying to guess who's going to end up winning the women's title over at Wimbledon. But Osaka's definitely got as good a chance as anybody. I mean, you take down Sabalenka, you know your game's in good form. So she's got to be considered one of the favorites right now. I know that Coco and Pegula match is going to be really good. But yeah, Osaka definitely right now, Pat, she's got to be one of the favorites to consider.
Oh, for sure. And I shortchanged her, excuse me, because off the top of my head, I said 3-time Grand Slam champion, 4-time. Yeah, U.S. Open in 18 and 20, Australian Open in 19 and 21. But since she won the Australian Open in 2021, PJ, you mentioned it, she had not been past the 3rd round of a Grand Slam tournament. That's 4.5 years until she finally made the U.S. Open semifinals last year, and then third round at the Aussie Open this year, fourth round at the French Open. Now she's in the quarterfinals here at Wimbledon, and she's gotten her confidence like fully back. Like her attacking game, which is when she's at her best, Osaka is attacking on the front foot, taking it to her opponent, powerful ground strokes, and there's arguably nobody more powerful in the world than Aryna Sabalenka. It's the biggest reason why she's the world number one. Osaka, though, like just kept her off balance on the grass, where she's, I would say, never really been that great. Osaka had never been past the third round in Wimbledon, even when she was at her peak. But man, I mean, she served great. She played the big points great. And to lose to somebody 3 times in a year, and a lot of those matches were close, and then to, have a second set tiebreak, she served up in the second set, blew the lead, and then to come back and win it in a tiebreak anyway. I thought that was an incredible resolve from her. So yeah, I think she is, you look at this Wimbledon women's draw here, and I think that you've got to make her one of the favorites in this tournament now, considering, as I'm pulling up the draw here, that you consider that she is going to play Karolina Muchova next, who is a Grand Slam champion and is very crafty and very good on the grass, but that's a match she can absolutely win. And then if Osaka wins that, she gets the winner of Pegula and Goff, which you referenced. That match tomorrow, that's box office stuff. Those are the only two Americans remaining in the draw. So unfortunately, no matter what happens, whether it's Coco or whether it's Pegula, we'll only be down to one American woman after that. But we know that Naomi has a lot of American ties, even though she plays under the Japanese flag. So Coco Gauff, Osaka semifinal, Pegula, Osaka semifinal would be incredible. How is she able to continue to win, though, after beating Sabalenka? That's always the big question. But yeah, it feels like whoever's going to win this women's Wimbledon tournament is going to come from that top half. You look in the bottom half, and it's all seeded players, but Kostyuk, Paolini, Noskova, and Mertens, good, solid players. But I think the winner from this tournament's coming from the top half. So hell of a win from Osaka. And I think more so than anything, PJ, just as much as Naomi winning is the loss for Aryna Sabalenka, who has really, as the world number one, she has had a season to forget, especially when you look at what she's done here in the Grand Slam tournaments. Sabalenka in majors this year, now that she got knocked out by Osaka in the round of 16. Sabalenka, as I'm pulling it up, lost in the final of the Aussie Open, lost in the quarterfinals of the French Open, and lost in the fourth round at Wimbledon. This is somebody that claimed her 4 Grand Slam titles all between 2023 and 2025, and made 3 more finals here in the last 16 months, and she's lost all of them, outside of winning the U.S. Open last year in 2025. So Sabalenka, after she lost, said, I don't even think about ranking at this point. I just want to go get completely drunk, forget about tennis, and try to get in better shape. If that's not a mood, I don't know what is. But either way, disappointing loss from Sabalenka. Now she's going to defend her U.S. Open crown, and I don't know if you make her the overwhelming favorite like she's been in most of the tournaments here in the last 2 years.
It's a good point, especially at Wimbledon. What her odds are going to be moving forward, I think, are going to be interesting. Mertens is intriguing, too, because, Osaka upset Sabalenka, but Mertens took down Iga as well. So, yeah, I think right now a lot of people are pointing towards the top half, expecting Naomi to get through to the semis, and then that Pegula Gauff winner. Probably your champion might come out of those 3 potentially, but Mertens, beating Iga, she's looked pretty good so far this tournament. I was watching a little bit of Paolini today too, so both of them are playing well. This women's draw going to be as good as advertised.
We're hearing a goal, and we do have a goal. It's a goal for Belgium.
Oh no!
Wow, that came out of nowhere. Thanks to our guy Roy in our Westwood One studios for alerting us. I didn't even see that coming. Belgium out of nowhere gets a goal in the 9th minute. It's from their striker, Charles de Ketelaere. And it's been USA that has had the hot start in every game so far. And yet it's Belgium here, PJ, with the lead in the first 10 minutes of the game. This one doesn't look like it's coming back. He looked plenty onside. That's just a breakdown from the USA defense. And Belgium goes up 1-0 Wow, that's a stunning start. We talked about Belgium's starting 11 being conservative, and yet they've been the ones attacking here from the start of the game. And they grab a lead off a ball that was not really cleared, kind of just pinballed around, and then just slips through a couple of defenders on a ground cross, and Ketelere taps it in unmarked. That's poor defending.
Yeah, really bad on the backside. The defending's been shaky to start here in the first 8 minutes. Belgium's had a couple of opportunities. Before that one, they had a pass going through the box that the guy just kind of misfooted, and that could have been 1-0 too. But the U.S. has got to settle in. I think the Belgium defensive pressure, this is such a step up in competition to what they've been facing the first 4 games of this tournament. But like you said, they've been playing with the lead in every one of these games. Now they're trailing 1-0, and we'll see what that looks like and how they'll respond. Lucky for them, they still got a whole lot of time left to respond, but not an ideal start for the U.S. here.
Yep. So again, 1-0 Belgium. Charles de Ketelere, the striker, the goal for Belgium, and just the inability to clear a ball that should have been cleared ends up hurting you. Sometimes you watch soccer and there's teams that are comfortable playing out of the back, which is really tough to do. A lot of the times you see a team, they just thump it, man. They blast the ball forward. Just get the pressure out of your defending third. And in retrospect, that's what the USA should have done. That's what USA should have done, and they didn't do it. How about this? We're 11 minutes in. Belgium's got 6 shots, 3 on goal already. USA doesn't have a single shot yet. TJ, I really thought Belgium was going to try to play back, play conservative, play this game slow from the start, try to take the speed out of the USA counterattack, and yet it's been the complete opposite. I mean, and their starting lineup, which we looked at and said, wow, no De Bruyne, no Lukaku, which Lukaku's not a big surprise, but no De Bruyne, no Jeremy Doku, no Hans Vanaken, their midfielder who's been starting, and Rudy Garcia went with a less talented lineup, but a faster lineup, bit of a more physical lineup. It's paid dividends. It's worked out perfectly for them so far. So for the first time this entire tournament, Team USA's got to play from behind, and you just got to hope that they have the same resolve as England, who did it against DR Congo, that they have the same resolve as some of the other teams we've seen in this tournament that can handle adversity, because this is the biggest adversity USA has been thrown their way.
Yeah, I think the biggest concern for me right now is just how Belgium's they're just making them totally uncomfortable. I mean, the U.S. defense looks like it's on skates, and offensively, they just cannot generate any kind of possession at all. Balogun really hasn't gotten any deep touches. Pulisic hasn't really made any noise either. So this is what we wanted to see. What would it look like when they went up against one of the top 10 teams from Europe or South America? And again, it's early. Maybe some nerves are settling in. Maybe they're adjusting to the game a little bit. Maybe they saw the starting 11 and saw all that firepower sitting on the bench and thought, maybe this would be an easier first half than what they were thinking coming in. But they got to ramp up their game big time, because it's not good enough right now. Belgium is completely dominating them.
310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. All right, let's continue to talk a little tennis here. We talked about the women's side. Naomi Osaka knocking out world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka, and that has opened up the women's draw even more. On the men's side, PJ, we're a match away, and these are going to be tomorrow. We're a couple of wins away from the showdown that we were all hoping for, that we were all kind of expecting. Novak Djokovic versus Jannik Sinner, a semifinal date that could be booked tomorrow. Sinner's going to play Jan-Lennard Struff, the German, who has at multiple times throughout his career been a top 30 player, but has dealt with a lot of injuries, and going into this tournament, not a lot expected of him, but he's had some big-time wins over the last couple of rounds. And so Sinner's a massive favorite, and he's always done well. It doesn't matter what kind of caliber, what kind of characteristics the player has, but Sinner's always done well against big servers, and Struff is more than that, but that's his calling card. So I expect an easy win for Jannik Sinner. And then you got Djokovic as a slight favorite, taking on Felix Auger-Aliassime, the number 3 seed, number 4 player in the world, a guy that has always had the hype, the potential, and the talent. He made the semifinals of the U.S. Open last year, made the quarterfinals of the French Open this year, but it's been a guy that when you finally kind of thinking, all right, this is his time, he normally lets you down. And he's way younger. He's the fitter. He's playing great tennis right now. But PJ, give me the GOAT. Experience on Djokovic's side. He knows how to win matches like this. If it goes 5 sets, maybe that's the route for Felix to take out Djokovic and knock the GOAT out with what is probably his last best chance to win a major. But I still think we're going to get the blockbuster showdown that we were all expecting when the draw came out. I think Djokovic wins tomorrow. I think Sinner wins easy. And I think they're set up for a semifinal clash on Friday, which, if those of you listening and watching along forgot, they played each other in the semis of the Australian Open. And it was like the biggest that Djokovic had ever been an underdog in the last 16 years. And he stunned Sinner in a 5-set thriller. So do you think we get that semifinal bout, PJ, or do you think that one of these guys that Sinner and Joker are playing tomorrow will throw a wrench into the plans?
I do. I think Sinner, like you said, I think he's going to cruise. I think Novak and Felix could be a 5-setter. I think that's going to be a long match. But ultimately, I think we get the semifinal that everybody is hoping for. And what an epic semifinal it could be if that ends up being the case between Novak and Sinner, because Novak's time is running out. You got no Carlos in this tournament. This is his best service, his favorite tournament. And this is his best chance to grab one more major. He realizes that. So like you said, Felix has the youth over him. The longer that match goes, it's definitely going to be in Felix's favor. But I think Novak's just going to lean on his experience and take care of business. So yeah, I think we get Sinner and Novak on that side. And then we'll wait to see what happens in the Zverev match. That got suspended late tonight, so that'll return tomorrow. But my guy Taylor Fritz, so I took a shot on 11-1 at the beginning of the tournament. I love the way he's looked so far. The Bublik match was a little bit nervy today. A guy who's very up and down, but he beat him in straight sets. Looks like it's probably going to be Zverev in the quarters, but as you tell me, he's got good history against Zverev, which I like. And then he's going to be favored if he wins that one against whether it's Kaboli or Ferry. So the fact that Sinner and Novak are on the other side of the bracket and Fritz is playing really good tennis right now, Sinner is your heavy favorite and deservedly so. He probably ends up winning it. But the Fritz ticket is definitely alive. He's looking good.
Yes, he is. I mean, made quick work. You mentioned it. Made quick work of Bublik, who we know is a super dangerous player, can beat anybody on any day. He's beaten Sinner before on the grass, and he's got a massive serve. He hit nearly 50 aces against Big Foe, against Tiafoe last round, and knocked him out in a 5-setter. But when he, it's crazy because I've seen Bublik, Sasha Bublik, who's number 11 in the world. I've seen him show up for the small tournaments, the 250s, the smallest tournaments you can have, and play them like they're Grand Slam finals. And he shows an incredible attention to detail, focus, and execution. And he plays like his life depends on it. And then I've seen him in Grand Slam tournaments basically treat it like it's an exhibition. I mean, he's an enigma. He's a polarizing player. He doesn't make any sense. And today, he had an early break on Fritz, gave the break right back. They go to a tie break where, again, a guy with a massive serve like Bublik, you give him a 50-50 chance. He loses every single point. Fritz wins it 7-0 and then cruises the rest of the match, wins it in straight sets, never was really tested. And so, yeah, Bublik lost that first set, and it basically looked like to me like he was like, all right, I'll take my prize money and I'll go home. I don't really care. I'm not going to care too much to go all out here. If I end up serving well, great, but that's whatever. And give Fritz credit because that could be dangerous sometimes. You kind of get dragged into one of those where you can then lose focus and you're like, well, what's going on? Is this mind games? And Fritz kept his composure. He kept his focus, makes his 3rd straight quarterfinal. And yeah, he's going to play the winner of Zverev and Lehechka, who you mentioned got suspended. So Zverev's got to come back. And if he wins, then he's going to play for a 3rd straight day when they play in the quarterfinals on Wednesday. And so maybe just that little bit of, focus being thrown off, combined with the fact that Fritz has owned Zverev the last couple of times they played each other. Yeah, you got Fritz at 11-1, and I would give him every chance of beating Zverev if they play each other in the quarters. And then you're looking at a potential, if Fritz wins, you're looking at a potential semifinal against either Flavio Caboli, who made the French Open final, top 10 player, hell of a player, Fritz would be the favorite, or the wild card Arthur Ferry, who knocked out Dimitrov today. And if Fritz does get to the semis, he'll be favored in either of those matches. And then you're looking at a chance for the title. PJ, you're 11-1 ticket all the way in the Wimbledon final. That would feel pretty damn good.
That would. I don't know if I'll have a hedging opportunity if it's against Sinner, but having an 11-1, he's definitely not going to be 11-1 to win the match. So that'll be good having that going into a hypothetical final. But yeah, I mean, Ferry, it's always fun when you get a guy from the UK that's making some noise that they get to rally behind. So kind of pulling for him to upset Caboli and then, losing to Fritz in the semifinals for my money's sake. But both sides, this Wimbledon tournament, setting up really, really good. The fact that Novak and Sinner are still alive, what people wanted, and then you get the chaos on the women's side, and you got all 8 ladies that are left in the quarters are all top 25 players in the world. It's going to be an awesome week, Pat. Excited to watch the tennis.
310-840-4910. And PJ, as you said last week, we got Wimbledon in the morning, we got World Cup at night, and today, on a day like today, Wimbledon, it starts at 8 a.m. Eastern, and they go all the way to curfew. 6 p.m. Eastern, so you got 10 hours of tennis uninterrupted. And now you had Spain, Portugal at 3 Eastern. Now we got USA, Belgium going on right now. And again, in the month of July, that's normally the dead period for sports outside of baseball, but we've been getting our fill and then some. So it's been pretty damn good. By the way, 21st minute, still 1-0 Belgium. They got an early goal from Charles de Ketelaere. They were dominating. USA starting to get their foot in the door here, but going to have the red, white, and blue need to play a lot better. Otherwise, they're going to get knocked out by Belgium for the second time in the last 12 years in the World Cup. 310-840-4910. We'll get you caught up when we return. We'll also do a little Would You Rather with producer Brandon Combs. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
San Francisco is number 5 for me, the 49ers. Brock Purdy, I think, has proven that he's more than just Mr. Irrelevant who's been turned into a capable quarterback by Kyle Shanahan. He's shown that he's capable enough on his own. Could we have arguments about what he'd look like in a different system? Sure. But you could have that argument about just about any quarterback. And Mac Jones last year, stepping in Purdy's place, kept the 49ers afloat. So a very strong number 5 as we start the power rankings for our top 5 quarterback rooms around the NFL. Number 4. I worry about the backup situation because it's not great. But at the very least, the guy who is their number 2, at least I think he'll be their number 2 going into the season, has, what would we call it, familiarity with the program. That's probably the best way to put it. Because he's been around now for 3 years in that quarterback room. And it's a very good offensive coaching staff. And a future Hall of Famer as the starter doesn't hurt. The Rams at number 4. Matt Stafford's got all the weapons. We haven't yet seen him fall off the cliff. It may happen soon. Who knows? But as long as Stafford is still looking like an MVP caliber quarterback, Stetson Bennett IV is not inspiring any great levels of confidence. But at the very least, like I said, he is familiar with the system. And it's Sean McVay. It's Nate Scheelhaas. It's that same squad who would insulate, I think, Bennett with all those weapons if Stafford had to be out for a couple of weeks. So I have the Rams at number 4. Number 3, again, not an inspiring backup quarterback situation at number 3. It's more like, well, just good enough because this is a journeyman backup who's been with plenty of teams. I'm sure knows exactly how to handle himself as a veteran backup. And the starter is, again, MVP caliber, at least during the regular season. Buffalo Bills at number 3. Regular season Josh Allen, the best in the league. More often than not. Kyle Allen, I mean, look, if the Bills have to go a couple weeks without Josh Allen, we all know they're going to have more than a handful of issues. But we also know they can lean on the run game. We know that the system itself is built around consistency with Brady remaining there. So Kyle Allen steps in, journeyman backup quarterback, but journeyman backup quarterbacks usually pick things up really quickly. And again, it's not inspiring, but it's okay. So not a very deep quarterback room, but when you got Josh Allen, I can't rank him any lower than number 3 as we rank the top 5 quarterback rooms in the NFL. Number 2, this is where I really do start to consider the strength of a backup, especially a complimentary backup. And what I mean by that is a backup who knows how to play the game the same way the starter plays the game and has proven capable of it. Not fantastic at it because, well, he's a backup, but a whole hell of a lot better than other backups they've had in this offense. And that's Baltimore, the Ravens at number 2. Lamar Jackson, the starter, like I said, always capable of MVP level play in the regular season. And Snoop Huntley, a more than reliable backup. I've seen Snoop Huntley step into games and the offense continues to function just as it should. Not at the same level as with Lamar in at quarterback, but certainly better than, say, when Cooper Rush was the backup. So I have the Ravens at number 2. And I'm going to stay in the division for number 1. No, not the Steelers. Come on. I'm not that big a homer, guys. Come on. Cincinnati. Joe Burrow is primed for an elite year. And Joe Flacco has shown his ability to step in. He did it again last year.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Get you an update here on USA and Belgium in just a second, but we were talking some tennis, talking some Wimbledon last segment, and this from our friends at BetMGM. BetMGM players will receive a Wimbledon odds boost token. To use the token, add any Wimbledon wager to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your bet that was made with the odds boost token, you will receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. All right, they're through the hydration break. They're in the 29th minute here in the first half, and it is still 1-0 Belgium. They got a goal in the 10th minute from Charles de Ketelaere after some really bad defending, but really it was just a terrible clearance from Team USA when the ball was in their defensive third. Belgium pounced on it, ground cross right through the box. De Ketelaere unmarked, tapped it in. Very easy goal for Belgium. Really bad defending for Team USA. PJ, we have you red, white, and blue. They've gotten into the game since then, but just looking at the stats here, along with what the eye test has told us, and it's gonna have to get into the game a little bit more than they have. We still don't have a single shot, let alone a shot on target. 7 shots to 0 in favor of Belgium, 3 shots on target to 0, and they've actually had more possession than Team USA. So 30 minutes in, the initial stage of getting completely dominated is through, but still don't have a shot yet. That's got to change.
Certainly does. They're like you said, they're starting to play a little bit better, generating a little bit more position. Haven't had any danger chances yet, but I mean, the first 10, 15 minutes of this game was just all Belgium. We could get nothing going. We couldn't maintain any kind of possession. They were right up on us, taking away all our breathing room. But now we're starting to get Balogun, Pulisic, all these guys are starting to get involved a little bit. Now we got a pretty decent free kick coming up here. So they're settling in the game. And this was the big question. Again, the step up in competition from Belgium to the other teams that they've been playing are night and day. They feel the pressure. They're favorites. They're at home. There was definitely some nerves early, but they're starting to settle into the game and they're looking much better. So you don't feel good that they're now 1-0, but you definitely feel better than you did 15 minutes ago when it looked like Belgium might just absolutely run them off the field.
Yeah, yeah, that's for damn sure. You mentioned it though. Really dangerous opportunity here for a free kick for Team USA. It's Malik Tillman who scored the goal against Bosnia to put it away. Can we get more Tillman magic here? He's stepping up like he's going to hammer this thing. PJ, I feel like this could be a real dangerous opportunity. Tillman smashes in. It gets a deflection, and it's a goal. Oh, it's a goal for Team USA. They're right back even.
Let's go.
It is Malik Tillman again. That one might have been deflected because Courtois went one way and the ball ended up completely on the other side of the goal. And I will check out the replay. I got to imagine this thing got deflected. But again, it's a goal off a set piece for Team USA. And it's Malik Tillman again. And I think this thing did get deflected. It caught somebody's head as Tillman smashed it. Yep, it goes off the head of a Belgian player on the wall. Courtois probably had it covered, but it takes a wicked deflection, and he's got nothing he can do about it. And Malik Tillman has scored off a free kick again. This guy's a set-piece master.
Number 20 for Belgium. It just hit the top of his head, and like you said, Courtois, no chance. How about it? And Pat, it's really that simple. Belgium's been dominant. Kind of feels like a playoff hockey game almost, doesn't it? Where you got one side that's been dominating the whole time. They're generating all these shots. And then you get a team coming the other way. They get their first good chance and they make it count. Sometimes it's about quality over quantity. And we got a brand new game. Crowds rocking, back into it. And big answer by the U.S. to tie this thing up before the half. And now they got momentum on their side. So it looks like they're finally starting to settle in, Pat. And now they're being the aggressor. They're chasing Belgium around the field. I don't know what the heck that first 15 minutes was. And I'm sure Pochettino was wondering the same thing. But it looks like we got another one.
Belgium scores right back. It's the Ketelaere again. And it's again off another cross that doesn't get defended. Oh my gosh. Right away. Belgium goes right down the field and they attack the same wing that they got the first goal on. And again, it's the Ketelaere who just rises and wins a header and puts it right inside the post. Oh my gosh.
Brutal. So brutal.
That's
yeah,
bad.
all that
you know
momentum.
what? I mean, that might be a push here. He's got his hands on the back of Tim Ream. I don't know if VAR is going to take a look at this or not. I mean, he jumped over him, but he also had his hands on his back, wins the header, and heads it right into the side of the post. You just got to have better defending than that. Pochettino's kicking the freaking Powerade bottles on the sideline. He's going nuts. That's really bad man marking. Tim Ream's got to be better than that. He just simply has to be better.
He did have two hands on the back a little bit. You know, I don't know if I saw like full extension, but definitely had two hands on the back. I doubt they overturn it, but yeah, that's
nope. And they already continued play.
Okay.
They already continued play.
So much for a low scoring first half. I mean, my goodness. We got some action.
I mean, yeah. Look, I thought this game was going to go one way. if Belgium had their way, I thought it was going to go one way, and I thought it could be the complete opposite of what we've seen so far. Belgium's played attacking. They've been aggressive. They've been looking for goals immediately. And look, I mean, I guess they learned their lesson against Senegal, right? You can't just hope to play conservatively and not get any bad bounces going your way. And I think Weston McKennie just picked up a yellow card for a late slide tackle. So
I think that
from bad to worse,
bench, though. I think they want a red from the way that they were reacting. Oh yeah, that's definitely not a red though. No chance that's a red. Yellow for sure. I mean the studs, but I don't know. I think that's just a yellow. We'll see. I don't know if they're going to review it, but the way that they jumped up was very similar to how Mexico jumped up yesterday when England ended up getting a red card. So I think they definitely wanted to take a look at it. So I hope it.
Well, I mean, if anything, they bought the yellow card, right? If their reaction might have gotten the yellow card rather than anything, rather than nothing. But
sure, no, they're playing on. Yep, so just yellow.
It's the right side of Team USA's defense that is getting exploited right now, and it's gotten exploited on both of those goals. So that's Freeman and that's Richards.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Freeman, who is playing right back, that's the wing that Belgium has basically gone down. Now, the first goal, it was off of a bad clearance, not necessarily just in the regular run of play, but that last one, Freeman just got beat, and he got beat bad. And sometimes you got to tip your cap. It was a good play by Trossard, Leandro Trossard. He's the one that whipped in the cross, and he gets the assist. But I think Freeman's got to do a better job, and also Tim Ream's got to do a better job. Tim Ream is not he's not a spring chicken. Tim Ream is
like 38
years old.
I think he's 38.
If you're playing center back at 38, you're not expected to be fast. You better be physical. You better be strong. He was neither of those things in giving up that header to De Ketelaere. So that's just really, really poor defending from Team USA in this first half.
Yeah, this this back line is really dicey, really shaky right now. Which is not good. I think that was the fear of a lot of people going into this match, is because we haven't faced this tier competition like a Belgium, how our defense was going to react against a quality opponent like this. And so far has not been too good. Now, fortunately, we have that goal, so it's only 2-1. But yeah, the defense right now definitely is concerning. And again, I mean, Belgium has Lukaku, Doku, De Bruyne that they can go to with those fresh legs in the second half. So those guys really got to dig deep. Pochettino's got to figure something out in the second half to neutralize the offense, because right now Belgium's kind of just doing whatever they want to.
310-840-4910. All right, we will take a short break. 2-1 Belgium. We haven't even hit the 40-minute mark so far. The first half has exploded with goals. Charles De Ketelaere, the striker for Belgium, he's got both of them. Malik Tillman, the free kick wizard, tied it up for USA, but then they gave up that second goal just moments later. So the Belgians, they've looked fraudulent so far throughout this tournament. They don't look fraudulent so far tonight in Seattle. They've got the lead. We'll get you an update when we come back, and we will play a little Would You Rather with producer Brandon Combs. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Number for you to get involved. We've got some texts we'll get to as well when we return. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is the matchup for Pulisic. And honestly, I think the best comp for this game, not to the same level, but is actually not any of the World Cup games the U.S. has played, but their final pre-tournament tune-up against Germany, where, Germany was, they're a more aggressive pressing team than Belgium is, but it's closer to that kind of matchup, right? When you're playing a European team that has European regulars littered across the pitch, that kind of team is just going to have more of the ball. And what we've seen from Mauricio Pochettino in the past, and this is mostly at the club level, is that Pochettino is not going to go all out, press relentlessly like a Bielsa would, his mentor from many years ago, where it's not going to be like we're going to turn the dial up to 100 and we're going to crank up the pressure and we're going to be all over them. However, they will engage Belgium as soon as Belgium tries to make any kind of attacking move. So I suspect that Belgium will have a good bit of the possession here in the kind of like non-dangerous areas, the settled possession. And the whole goal of the U.S. will be to set up a press in a way that doesn't allow Belgium to progress the ball to the middle of the field. And then once they get to a certain point, there'll be what's called like pressing triggers, where when the ball gets to this moment or this person gets on the ball, then the U.S. will spring a press. And when they do that, the whole goal is win the ball quickly and attack in transition. And that is where Pulisic, throughout his career, has been at his best. And you'll see when the U.S. has the ball, he's going to be coming deeper tonight to get the ball than he has in the past matches. He didn't play against Turkey much, but I think you saw a little bit of it there in that match. So when Pulisic comes to get the ball, he's serving as the outlet. He's serving as the engine for the U.S. to move the ball from the midfield into the attacking areas, and he'll have more space to do that in this match, where I really thought, Greg Berhalter made this point, and a lot of people got mad at him because he's the former coach and people don't like him. But he made the point that he didn't feel like Pulisic was particularly involved against the game plan, but it was a sense of like Pulisic not being able to find space, not being able to get consistent service. There will be more space in this match for him to exploit than there was in the past matches.
I think tonight is just an optimal chance, a prime opportunity for Christian Pulisic to finally get his first goal of the 2026 World Cup. Because again, we know how much he can create with the ball on his foot. I mean, the guy creates his own space. It's like the ball is tethered to his toe at times, the way he dances around people. So if they were going to put maybe a little more emphasis before they found out of Balogun's return 24 hours ago, if they were going to place a little more emphasis on cutting off Pulisic's ability to create, and now all of a sudden they're being told, well, we can't give Balogun the space to get open and finish. That creates that moment of hesitation in the defender's mind, but also creates a conflict in the moment when you don't have a moment to think. You've just got to react instinctively. Do I close out on Balogun to keep him from finishing? Do I close out on Pulisic to keep him from creating? I think the tendency is going to be, by the Belgian defenders, their back line, is going to be to move in Balogun's direction.
games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Get some of your calls and your texts that we will get to shortly here. We're going to get to a little Would You Rather, though, producer Brandon Combs. But first, 45th minute. So they're about to enter stoppage time of the first half, probably get 6 minutes or so. And Belgium still leads Team USA 2-1. We were expecting maybe a bit of a slow start, maybe a bit of a conservative start. It's been anything but. It's been an explosion of goals. Charles de Ketelaere has scored off of 2 crosses, one on the ground, one in the air. And he's got both the goals. In between that was another Malik Tillman moment of magic off a free kick. But USA got off to a really slow start. They tied it, thought, okay, they got their foot in it, and then Belgium scored right back. So it's still 2-1. And Faux Balogun, PJ, just had a good opportunity to really make his moment in this one. A long throw in, it dropped to him. It was he's being marked. It was tough, but he gets a foot on it and he skies it over the crossbar, but it looked like it might have been blocked. So that was a chance for Balogun. Team USA now with another throw in here, late, deep in Belgium territory. And now it looks like actually it's getting overturned. Yeah. Now it looks like they're going to say, no, it's a goal kick. And it was last touched by Balogun. So.
Oh, tough. Yeah, that was Flo's first best chance of the game. Like you said, tough. The defender's right there. Just couldn't get his foot around it to keep it low to the ground. But yeah, Pat, we got a 90-minute battle on our hands, my friend. Not good. The offense has looked a lot better. The defense is still definitely a concern, though.
Yeah, that was only the second shot of the game, with the first one being the free kick, which we got a little, to steal a hockey term, we got some puck luck because it goes off of a Belgian player who was on the wall. It jumped, deflected off his head, and it's, Courtois was going one way, and it kind of just deflects right back into the middle of the goal where he's nowhere to be found. So other than that, we really haven't done much. So that being said, we got 6 minutes of stoppage time. We're approaching halftime. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix here. Let's do a little Would You Rather as we're doing our watch party here. Combs, what's going on, man?
What's going on, fellas? Just sweating this one out with you. Team USA. I thought Balogun was going to get that, too. As soon as I saw it, it'd be just poetic if Balogun could score here in this match, because that'll send Belgium into a frenzy.
Oh, yeah, they'll hate it.
Yeah, 100%. All right, you guys want to do some Would You Rather? Let's start right here in this game. If the USA is going to lose, would you rather they lose a tightly contested game like Mexico versus England last night, or just get their doors blown off and have it not be close? PJ?
Normally I'm in the camp of when my team loses, or if I lose a bet, I want it to just be a beatdown. I want it to be over early so I don't get invested and I'm not sweating. But for this, it's actually the opposite. I'd rather lose like a heartbreaker, because as Pat was saying, when we're doing the show, like if this was a 3-0 Belgium game right now, like that would just completely suck. You watch the World Cup once every 4 years. It's such a good run. They're at home. Like, I want to try and get as much of this tournament and this game as I possibly can. If they lose in extra time, if they lose in PKs, so be it. So it's actually funny. Normally I'd be on the side of, I'd rather just, my team's going to lose. I'd rather see him get killed. Watching a World Cup, I'd actually, or like an Olympic game, I'd rather have my team be in it for as long as they possibly can. So I'll actually go with that one.
I'm going to disagree. I'll go with the opposite here. And my reasoning is, a lot of teams, a lot of people will be like, oh, no, like I'd rather the heartbreak. It's going to stink. But like, at least I know my team, USA on the up and up, not in the same class as Spain or France, the top teams in the world. And you say, well, Belgium top 10, but like, hey, at least if USA loses a close one, you could say, hey, we've closed the gap. We're that much closer to being a top 10 team in the world, a team that legitimately people think can win the World Cup, and not just because they're American. And it's like, why not? Why not us, right? Here's the thing. World Cup happens every 4 years. Like, you got the Gold Cup which is just the countries in North America. So like it's, the U.S. main competitor in that is usually Mexico. Canada's a decent squad now as well. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to really care too much about the Gold Cup, and I like soccer. I always rather watch the Euros. So it's like the World Cup's not for another 4 years. If USA loses a heartbreaker, can you really say they've closed the gap? Who the hell knows what a team's going to look like in 4 years from now? I'd rather it be a blowout and not get my hopes up and not have another game like it did in 2014 when they played Belgium or 2010 when they played Ghana. Go to extra time. You're right there. You're that close to moving on to the next round, and then you lose and get your soul and your heart ripped out. I'd rather them get blown out if they're going to lose this game rather than lose another heartbreaker.
Yeah, look, I'm a Chicago sports fan. I'm used to the heartbreak. So for when it comes to this, and I only get to see the World Cup once every 4 years, and I'm not the biggest soccer fan in the world, I would rather this team be in it and lose a close game than to see them just get their doors blown off. Because one, the industry we work in, it makes for better content. And two, it's more fun to actually be in the game and actually have something to root for than to just sit here and be like, all right, well, it's 4-0. It's halftime. Let's just, we could watch something else, or we could turn on something else. We could tune out. I'd much rather have it be a close game. All right, let's get one more in here. Pat, we'll start with you here. Would you rather have a top 5 pitching staff in baseball or a top 5 offense?
I'd rather have a top 5 offense. I know they say pitching wins titles and pitching wins championships, but also we saw how the Blue Jays got to the World Series last year. We've seen how, the Dodgers, they've kind of had both, but it's normally the Dodgers offense that has been carrying them to their last 2 World Series. So pitching does win championships. So does a damn good offense that just hits the machine, hits like a machine. I'd rather have a top 5 offense. And also that's more exciting to watch than a team that is going to be in low-scoring, tight affairs, but you're always hoping that they can hit runners in scoring position, and most of the time you'll be disappointed. So give me the top 5 offense rather than the top 5 pitching staff.
I'm going to go with the pitching. Pitching wins. It wins championships. It wins playoff games. You can find a way to manufacture offense, but it's really tough to have workhorses in the postseason. It's tough to have guys that you can lean on. We've seen just pitchers flat out dominate in a postseason, carry their team to championships. We've obviously seen hitters have some big time postseasons too, but pitchers can affect the game every inning that they're out there, while hitters can only do so about 4 times, maybe 5 a game if they're lucky. So I'll go with the pitching staff.
I used to be in that camp, PJ. I used to be like, hey, you got to have a top 5 pitching staff heading into October. But what I've learned over the last couple of years is you need to have a top 5 offense more than you need to have a top 5 pitching staff. Because if that was the case, if it was just about the pitching, the Seattle Mariners would have won the last 3 World Series. They've had the best pitching staff for the last 3 years, and even the relief pitching has been in the top 3 in the last 3 years. Their pitching is unbelievable. However, the offenses that they run into are just so damn good. So I would much rather right now have a top 5 offense than a top 5 pitching staff. But I'm a Cubs fan. I don't get either one.
Well, maybe you would have had a top 5 pitching staff if anybody could stay healthy in that Cubs pitching staff. But the offense, they've had a couple of 15, 16, 20 run outputs. They're not far off from a top 10 offense. All right, we'll take a short break. We've hit halftime. We'll get you a score update when we return. We'll break down the first half and tell you what each team needs to do, especially Team USA, to win this game when we return. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
San Francisco is number 5 for me, the 49ers. Brock Purdy, I think, has proven that he's more than just Mr. Irrelevant who's been turned into a capable quarterback by Kyle Shanahan. He's shown that he's capable enough on his own. Could we have arguments about what he'd look like in a different system? Sure. But you could have that argument about just about any quarterback.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser, the Glass Man, with me here for Brad Evans. One more night tonight. PJ's been with me for, 5 out of the last 6 shows? And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Brad is back from vacation tomorrow, so it'll be the normal duo mañana and the rest of this week. And you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. All right, the talk and text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. A lot of previewing, breaking down, predicting how USA-Belgium was going to go before the game started. We talked some Wimbledon, some tennis, talked some baseball as well. Wilson Contreras having a great season for the Red Sox, but with 8 games under 500, are they going to trade him? Where is he going to go? So if you want to weigh in on any of those topics, 310-840-4910. But PJ, we can try to preview and break down and predict how we think one game is going to go as much as we want. And then oftentimes you get how this game has gone in the first 45-plus minutes, and that is way more offense than we expected, worse defense than we expected from Team USA, and a really aggressive, fast-paced, attacking first half of soccer in Seattle. Halftime, USA leads Belgium 2-1. Their striker Charles de Ketelaere with both goals for Belgium. First one came 10 minutes into the game. Team USA finally answered with their first shot on target of the game with a free kick from Malik Tillman, who had that free kick goal against Bosnia. It took a deflection on its way there. That tied the game up in the 31st minute, and then literally 2 minutes later, Belgium answered right back. Ketelaere with a header this time. I think, for me, the main themes of this first half, Belgium looks, this is their best game of the tournament. This is USA's worst game of the tournament. And the USA defense really needs to step up. And I don't think Mauricio Pochettino can wait too long before starting to make some changes. And on an individual note, Christian Pulisic has been invisible. He's Captain America. He's supposed to be the best player on this team. He hasn't done a damn thing in the first half. If the USA wants to avoid getting knocked out in the round of 16 again, the best player for the team has got to step up. Pulisic has got to make a big impact here in the second half.
Totally agree with you. And scrolling through Twitter here at halftime, a lot of people agree with you. He's invisible. It's a good word for it. Hasn't scored yet this World Cup. No real chances here in the first half. Malik Tillman, if not for that free kick, they'd be in a big hole right now. But Pochettino, as unbelievably good as he has been so far this tournament, he's got to work his magic here in this second half. I'll be interested to see the changes, like you said, the substitution patterns they make in this second half. But Belgium, Pat, something's clicked, man. Whatever changed in that final couple minutes in regulation against Senegal, they've taken over to this game. And with all the firepower they have on the bench, as we talked about, De Bruyne, Doku, Lukaku, all these guys are going to come into the game in the second half. So for as bad as U.S.'s defense has been, it's not going to get any easier. And Belgium's going to have some fresh reinforcements. They got to do everything they can to keep this game, to keep Belgium at 2 goals. And you know what? If they lose 2-1, they feel like they definitely did their job in the second half, but you just cannot give up a third goal to Belgium. I feel like the U.S. is going to score in the second half, Pat. I really do. The question is, are we going to concede any goals? It's a lot like England-Mexico last night. That was a 2-1 game going into the locker room. England got that third goal, and that ended up being the decider. It really feels like we're in the same kind of game. If Belgium can get to 3, I think the U.S. is probably done. They got to hope for 2-2, or maybe we can win it even 3-2. But I think 2-2 draw going into extra time is their best bet.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's going to be at least another goal, if not 2. If there is 2 goals, that means we're going to get a winner in regular time. If there's 1 goal, and it's obviously Team USA, that means we would be going to extra time. That would be my loose prediction. Maybe it's because I don't want to believe that USA is going to lose in 90 minutes at home, especially when, again, 2022, Netherlands was just a better side. They got beat pretty convincingly, lost 3-1 in 90 minutes. But 2014 to this Belgium team, lost in extra time. 2010 to Ghana, lost in extra time. It's normally heartbreak. And if Team USA loses in extra time again, it wouldn't shock me. But it would be a little bit surprising if we don't find a way to at least tie this game up and probably in the first 25 minutes. Like 70th minute. If it's still 2-1, it's going to be pretty surprising because Belgium's defense, they're okay, but, they're not great. And again, they gave up 2 goals to Senegal, gave up a goal to New Zealand, which I know they won 5-1, but you could honestly argue the fact that they even conceded against New Zealand was a little bit of a negative against them. But really, it's Pulisic's got to step up. Dest didn't do much in the first half either. Tyler Adams, I thought, was really bad also. So, we're talking about the best guys on the team that are not playing well. We can blame the defending, and I am. Tim Ream, 38 years old, gets out-jumped by Ketelere, who by no stretch is a physical striker. Like, if it was Lukaku, my God, that would have looked even worse probably. So it's, I'm already looking at the bench. Brendan Aronson, he's going to come on. He's going to be one of the first ones off the bench. Sebastian Berhalter is going to be one of the first ones off the bench. And then it's like, all right, when does Gio Reyna and Ricardo, how desperate do we get to then we see Gio Reyna and Ricardo Pepi? Because those are the 2 guys off the bench. If it's still 2-1 in the 75th minute, I think you have to bring on Pepi and or Reyna, and you either have to take off Pulisic or you have to take off Balogun, because if you can't score a goal in 30 minutes, you got to make changes. You got to make changes. And the defending hasn't proven, by the way, PJ, that they are going to keep Belgium at 2 goals. We know that Belgium's got Lukaku on the bench to go to, De Bruyne on the bench to go to, their best player ever, and Jeremy Doku, who can be electrifying as an attacker. They've got all those guys on the bench. And so, the best of Belgium might even still be to come here. You got to get that second goal, and you got to get it quick. And USA has gotten the fast starts in the first half. Tonight was the first time I heard Alexi Lala say it in the halftime that they got punched in the mouth. How is Team USA going to respond? It's going to start with the best players, and especially the attacking players, being a lot better than they were in the first half. They only had 1 shot on goal through the first 35 minutes, and it was the free kick goal.
Yeah, look, they've answered every question we've had up to this point. Going into the Paraguay game, we wondered, what are they going to look like? And that first half was maybe the best the United States men's national team has ever looked. Then going into the Australia game, what would it look like in an encore? Then the Turkey game didn't mean anything. Bosnia, okay, what do we look like in a knockout round game with everything on the line, with all the pressure on us? And now the big question is, like you said, Pat, what do they do when they got punched in the mouth? What does it look like when they're trailing going into the second half? How do they make adjustments to a team that has been dominating them so far? Up to this point, they've answered every question, and they've had the answers to the test. We'll see if they can make the proper adjustments. But to be honest, they got to feel pretty fortunate they're down 2-1. I mean, this very easily could be a 3-0, 2-0 game. So for as bad as it looked for them to only be down 1 goal, you got to be pretty happy with it. And I'm sure Pochettino told the guys that, and they just got to play a really good second half here and try to get this equalizer.
Well, we are not going to wait long for any changes. Here comes Gio Reyna coming in right away to start the second half, or at least it looks like he is. He's coming in, yeah, and he's going to replace Serginho Dest. Wow, that is an early hook. Serginho Dest, who plays for PSV Eindhoven in Netherlands, but used to play for Barcelona and had a really promising future and still does, out after the first half. So there you go. There's your first change for Team USA. Pochettino not wasting any time. Gio Reyna is on to start the second half, and that is the one substitution that has been made so far. I guess it's worth mentioning Belgium did have to replace Amadou Onana, one of their midfielders. He got an injury midway through the first half, and so Vanaken came in for him, who had been starting most of their group stage games. But yeah, there's the big change. Gio Reyna's in. Serginho Dest is out after being subbed out here to start the second half. And, also some other names to mention. Haji Wright, who has been on Team USA for, the last 7-8 years, and at times was maybe thought to be the best, the striker of this team. Timothy Weah, can't forget him as well. PJ, remember Timothy Weah was in the starting lineup for most of the last World Cup for Team USA. He played 18 minutes against Paraguay, and he played 58 minutes against Turkey, but really hasn't done much in his limited time so far. I wonder if we see Timothy Weah rather than maybe a Ricardo Pepi here in the second half once Team USA does make more substitutions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we definitely know more coming for both sides. As we talked about earlier this segment, all the guys that Belgium have ready to go into the game. I like the move for Dest, though. He wasn't providing any kind of spark. See if Gio Reyna can give you that. But it really just comes down to the stars, Pat. I mean, England was able to go into Azteca last night and beat Mexico, and look at the 3 guys that scored their goals. It was Jude Bellingham with 2 and Harry Kane with 1. That's what it takes in these kind of games, man. I mean, that's what it takes when you're going up even these evenly matched games. Your stars got to play like it. And Pulisic and Bellingham up to this point haven't really been doing a whole lot. Tillman got his free kick, but the U.S. wants to advance. I mean, these guys have to step up. That's why they've been so good so far this tournament. It's because Balogun's been terrific. He hasn't really done much, and Pulisic, we talked about, has been invisible. So they got to find a way to get going, Pat. I think it's really that simple. We can talk about all these other guys, and again, the defense has to do their job, keep Belgium at 2 goals, but the stars, man, they got to step up.
310-840-4910. The one thing that maybe makes me optimistic, even though we mentioned, all right, Lukaku's going to come off the bench for Belgium, all the goals that he has scored in his international career. And, he basically brought them back from the dead against Senegal. And De Bruyne is going to come off the bench, arguably Belgium's best player ever. Not so much maybe anymore now that he's not on Man City, but 3-4 years ago in his prime, best midfielder in the world. And Jeremy Doku, those guys on the bench. And so, like I said, maybe the best for Belgium is yet to come. I don't know. Maybe they bring those guys in. Maybe they bring in De Bruyne. Maybe that slows the game down a little bit. And maybe that somehow does help Team USA. Or maybe it slows Belgium down and that helps Team USA's speed. I can't imagine Rudy Garcia, Belgium's manager, is going to leave De Bruyne just on the bench. He's going to bring him in. And yes, you worry about his creativity and his goal-scoring ability and his leadership. And with Lukaku, he is as dangerous as they come on balls in the air. But he's slow. He's had his fair share of injuries this year. I don't know. Maybe when Belgium goes to the bench, maybe that is the USA's chance to pounce. I got to give Belgium's manager Rudy Garcia a ton of credit, because I thought they were playing this not to lose, for the first 60 minutes, and instead he was just probably going with the most optimal lineup against Team USA, and it worked. It worked to perfection in the first half. Although, I say that, but also on the same side of the coin, the defending for Team USA was just so terrible in the first half. So they just need to step up. more than anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was bad, but you're right. I mean, you got to give Rudy a ton of credit. The manager for Belgium, he went matchup heavy. So far, it paid off. And to your point, I mean, we expect De Bruyne, we expect Lukaku to check into the game, but at the same time, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like if Belgium doesn't give up any goals, they're going to win this game. So it'll be interesting to see what he does because, like you said, he went with a more defensive lineup and felt like, even leaving those guys on the bench, he could still get enough offense. And so far, that has definitely been the case. But again, if they have this lead, and for the most part, their defense has done a pretty good job, I don't know, man. Maybe we don't see as many changes as we think. Now, there's a ton of time left. You got essentially the entire second half. We'll see how this half ends up playing out and how much stoppage time they get. But Rudy's pushed all the right buttons so far. But what he does in the second half, definitely going to be interesting. Pochettino, too. He wasted no time with that substitution, bringing in Gio Reyna for Dest. He's not messing around. Obviously, it's survive and advance, win or go home. Neither team's going to leave anything out there. But, yeah, the strategies work for Belgium so far. So I wonder how many big changes they're going to make.
All right, 310-840-4910. Let's get to a phone call here. PJ, maybe this is the good luck charm we needed. Maybe this makes things go from bad to worse. I don't know. We're going to find out. But let's go to Paul, who's in Rhode Island, next up on line one. Paul's next up on BetMGM tonight. What's up, Paul? How you doing?
Thank you, guys. Love your show. I honor your show. And I'm going to tell you, with the surprises this year in the World Cup, it's not over. It's not over. Because look what happened. All these upcoming Cinderella teams they just cut the legs out of these big teams. So relax. It's not over. We have a chance to go just a little further. I'm not saying all the way, but just a little further. Belgium is a little older. Just relax. Our players play in the top leagues in Europe. They're very well conditioned. Just relax. Relax. That's all I'm saying. Okay?
Wow. Hey, Paul, I appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Good call. Maybe that
Paul,
was
the voice of
reason.
reason.
Paul. Sorry, I thought you were done. Paul, the voice of reason. You know, you and I are freaking out. We're already talking substitutions. We're talking tactics here. Paul just hit us with a little Aaron Rodgers, a little RELAX. Just relax. And PJ, maybe he's right. We've seen so many late goals. We've seen a lot of teams, the teams that were favored down in the first half, have to make comebacks, and a lot of them pulled it off. Belgium did it against Senegal. Now, you could argue Senegal deserved to win the game. Belgium was the favorite before the game began. It happened to England against DR Congo, happened to Brazil against Japan. All those teams came back and won. So, yeah, why not us? Why not Team USA? And Paul in Rhode Island acting as the voice of reason. I never would have thought I'd hear it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, good call from Paul. And he's right. And you were right. I mean, we saw it today with Spain. I mean, it was 0-0. We thought we were headed to extra time. Bang, they score a goal in stoppage time. So there is so much time. But it's just, it's stressful when you're in an elimination game. You're down 2-1. And you're just like, be a lot easier if they were winning. If it was tie, they weren't trailing. Pulisic, though, just, oh, God, that looked like it hurt. He tried to wind up, take a powerful shot outside the box, and just kind of ran into the boot of the Belgian player. So, sure, that didn't feel too good. But I like the fact he's trying to be aggressive. He's looking for a shot because he's got to get going, Pat. I firmly believe, if the U.S. is going to score a goal, it's going to be him or Flo. I mean, one of those two guys, man, got to find the back of the net.
Yeah, I mean, again, Paul in Rhode Island telling us to relax, and then Pulisic nearly, gets hurt. I don't think it's too serious. But yeah, you mentioned he kicks the boot of another Belgian player, so not great timing. Had a great chance there for Team USA, and couldn't control a pass from Tyler Adams, which was a pretty damn good ball over the top. I don't know if that was Freeman, but that was a really dangerous opportunity, and we can't trap a ball.
No,
that's what it comes down to. Can't trap a ball. I mean, so just the fundamentals right now escaping Team USA. All right, let's get another phone call in here. 310-840-4910. Chuck B is in New Orleans next up on BetMGM tonight. wants to weigh in on this USA-Belgium game. Belgium up 2-1 in the 54th minute. What's up, Chuck? How you doing?
I'm great, man. Good evening, fellas. My first time calling in, I believe. But so I've been watching the game and just left to make a quick grocery run. My observation, man, is it looks like we're playing a zone with our defense, and their guys seem to be manning up. They're covering a lot less distance. We're running a lot more to cover those distances defensively. And then offensively, when you make those bursts, you're using a lot of energy with those bursts. I'm saying these guys aren't in condition. They were in amazing condition. I damn sure can't do it. But it's like playing, when you used to play, I don't know, in one of those games with your controllers and you hit the power button and your energy levels drop when you hit that burst like that offensively. So I just think it's going to tax us more later in the second half because they're using less energy on defense. We'll see.
Yeah, good observation, Chuck. I appreciate the call. And not to get too deep into the mud here, too deep into the water on tactics, but a lot of the times you could have players that will man mark somebody. Like again, so when you have really dangerous players like Messi, there is almost always somebody that is assigned to him on top of then other defenders that will come over if he comes into their zone or comes near their positional zone. So look, whatever Belgium has been doing, it's been working out. We've gotten next to nothing so far through the regular run of play. The only goal coming off of the free kick, which took a really fortunate deflection for us, versus whatever man marking USA has been doing, it's been terrible. So, yeah, they've just played more fundamentally sound, which, again, you watch this tournament so far, and I've watched almost every single game of the World Cup. Belgium has not looked this good the entire tournament, and especially against Senegal, team that was fast and physical just like Team USA is. They looked outmatched for almost the entire game. And so it's just surprising. Sometimes it's the margins are just razor thin, and they've been good at the margins. They've been good with the fundamentals. Team USA has been not, and that's been the big difference.
I totally agree with you.
Oh man.
Oh no.
Oh no. Freeze with a howler of a mistake, and it ends up in the back of the net.
Oh no.
Oh, that is as brutal of a mistake as you will see from a goalkeeper. Matt Freeze, who had only allowed one goal so far, again, he basically got the game off against Turkey. They put in Matt Turner, the backup goalie, but Matt Freeze started against Paraguay, started against Australia, was the goalie against Bosnia, and only given up one goal. He's been solid. He comes out to collect a ball that was pinged over the top and has to come all the way out of the box, which was fine. He got there first. You got to freaking clear it. He tries to trap it, and then he's like jerking around with it. And the player for Belgium comes from behind, knocks it away from him. It rolls forward, and you got an empty net, and Belgium just taps it in. Oh, that is brutal. That's that moment right there. If you don't think in your head this game's over, I don't know what, because that's about as brutal of a mistake as you could make as a goalie. It was De Ketelaere who forces the mistake again, and then it is tapped into the back of the net by Belgium. And the goal scorer is Vanaken, and they go up 3-1 in the 59th minute off of pretty easily the biggest goalkeeper mistake we've seen this entire tournament. That's a disaster.
Brutal. Just so brutal, man. That's tough. Wow, now Pulisic is coming off. Yeah, they obviously need to find some kind of spark. They got to go offensive heavy here. What a gut punch that is. He was winding up to kick it, and I don't know what happened. The guy was behind him, and he just either he mishit it or something, and it's a shame, too, because Reem kind of deflected the shot on the way back. He just couldn't deflect it enough to get it outside of the goal. That's really tough.
That's brutal. And yeah, like you said, Pulisic is off. He looks like he's on the verge of tears. He's not been good. I don't know if he's not 100% still, since he picked up that calf injury. But man, he had nothing tonight. He had absolutely nothing. He did not a thing. Yeah, that's Combs saying in our show chat, Paul jinxed it, and then he said his his relax was as useless as Rodgers's. I mean, my God. That's just brutal. We talked about fundamentals. That's as brutal as it gets. You're the goalie. I played goalie in high school. You come out of the box to get the ball, and you got a player bearing down on you. You whack that thing away, man. Whether you're great with your feet or not as a goalie, you blast that thing away to safety, blast it out of bounds. He got it. He tries to play with it, and then he shook the Ketelaere, and then he comes from behind and just knocks it away, and gets his foot in there, knocks it away from him, and he's in no man's land, and it's an easy tap in from like 30 yards out. You can't make that mistake. You just cannot make that mistake. God awful. Now we need a miracle. Belgium had a miracle against Senegal. They were down 2 goals going into the 85th minute. Team USA down 2 goals at the hour mark. We'll take a short break. Come back, get you an update. Maybe we need some positive mojo elsewhere. Maybe we do. I don't know. Maybe we play some kind of game. Maybe we play a little blind rankings. We got to get the spirits up here. We need to do something. This is going terribly wrong for Team USA. They're down 3-1, 61st minute against Belgium. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
San Francisco is number 5 for me, the 49ers. Brock Purdy, I think, has proven that he's more than just Mr. Irrelevant who's been turned into a capable quarterback by Kyle Shanahan. He's shown that he's capable enough on his own. Could we have arguments about what he'd look like in a different system? Sure. But you could have that argument about just about any quarterback. And Mac Jones last year, stepping in Purdy's place, kept the 49ers afloat. So a very strong number 5 as we start the power rankings for our top 5 quarterback rooms around the NFL. Number 4. I worry about the backup situation because it's not great. But at the very least, the guy who is their number 2, at least I think he'll be their number 2 going into the season, has, what would we call it, familiarity with the program. That's probably the best way to put it. Because he's been around now for 3 years in that quarterback room. And it's a very good offensive coaching staff. And a future Hall of Famer as the starter doesn't hurt. The Rams at number 4. Matt Stafford's got all the weapons. We haven't yet seen him fall off the cliff. It may happen soon. Who knows? But as long as Stafford is still looking like an MVP caliber quarterback, Stetson Bennett IV is not inspiring any great levels of confidence. But at the very least, like I said, he is familiar with the system. And it's Sean McVay. It's Nate Scheelhaas. It's that same squad who would insulate, I think, Bennett with all those weapons if Stafford had to be out for a couple of weeks. So I have the Rams at number 4. Number 3, again, not an inspiring backup quarterback situation at number 3. It's more like, well, just good enough because this is a journeyman backup who's been with plenty of teams. I'm sure knows exactly how to handle himself as a veteran backup. And the starter is, again, MVP caliber, at least during the regular season. Buffalo Bills at number 3. Regular season Josh Allen, the best in the league. More often than not. Kyle Allen, I mean, look, if the Bills have to go a couple weeks without Josh Allen, we all know they're going to have more than a handful of issues. But we also know they can lean on the run game. We know that the the system itself is built around consistency with Brady remaining there. So Kyle Allen steps in, journeyman backup quarterback, but journeyman backup quarterbacks usually pick things up really quickly And again, it's not inspiring, but it's okay. So not a very deep quarterback room, but when you got Josh Allen, I can't rank him any lower than number 3 as we rank the top 5 quarterback rooms in the NFL. Number 2, this is where I really do start to consider the strength of a backup, especially a complimentary backup. And what I mean by that is a backup who knows how to play the game the same way the starter plays the game and has proven capable of it. Not fantastic at it because, well, he's a backup, but a whole hell of a lot better than other backups they've had in this offense. And that's Baltimore, the Ravens at number 2. Lamar Jackson, the starter, like I said, always capable of MVP level play in the regular season. And Snoop Huntley, a more than reliable backup. I've seen Snoop Huntley step into games, and the offense continues to function just as it should. Not at the same level as with Lamar in at quarterback, but certainly better than, say, when Cooper Rush was the backup. So I have the Ravens at number 2. And I'm going to stay in the division for number 1. No, not the Steelers. Come on. I'm not that big a homer, guys. Come on. Cincinnati. Joe Burrow is primed for an elite year. And Joe Flacco has shown his ability to step in. He did it again last year.
The conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. 310-840-4910.
You're not the only one choking
Team
tonight,
USA
Pat.
is doing to me tonight. Acid reflux, indigestion. It's 3-1 Belgium. 67th minute. Just terrible defending. Poor fundamentals and a disaster from the goalkeeper, Matt Freese. Comes out for a ball, doesn't get rid of it, gets it knocked away from him, and basically an open goal tap-in for Belgium. That's the one goal here in the second half. Bad defending on the first 2 goals. And USA's just been getting outplayed. You know, they were the slight favorite in this game going in at home against Belgium in Seattle. And as the Belgium team that looked largely fraudulent, given they're a top 10 team in the world for most of this tournament. And now, PJ, they're bringing on Romelu Lukaku. They're bringing on Jeremy Doku. So now we thought they were playing the long game here for this one. And now we're getting the best of Belgium. So now it's really going to take a Herculean effort for USA. Pulisic's already off. He was terrible tonight. Maybe not 100%, but nonetheless, not good at all from him. And we need a miracle. You need a miracle now for Team USA. Do you believe in miracles? Hopefully. I don't know, to take the call from the miracle on
Al
ice.
Michaels.
Yeah, Al Michaels. We might need something like that here in the last 30 minutes of this game.
Well, we saw Belgium down 2 goals in the 85th minute in their last game against Senegal come back to tie it. So we're hitting the hydration break. They're going to have about probably 27 or 28 minutes when you include stoppage time to try and get 2. It's just that goal that third goal, Pat, that they gave up, it almost just feels like you're down 4-1. I mean, it's just so deflating. You're working so hard. You're trying to tie this game up, and to just give away a cheapie like that, just brutal, man. It's a shame too. It's a shame for them looking like they're going to go out like this with all the momentum they built, how excited people were thinking, man, this is different now. We actually can compete with the big boys. And it's just looking like it's the same old story.
All right, it's up to us, PJ. We got to turn around the mojo. We got to create the mojo. We've got to get the vibes going. Let's play a little Geo Sports game. Maybe we play a little Geo Sports game. Maybe Gio Reyna comes up with a goal for Team USA. I don't know, I'm desperate. I'm searching for anything at this point here for Team USA to come back and win this game. But let's take our minds off of this for a second. Let's play a little Geo Sports game. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Our VP Monty. If you're watching live on Twitter, Twitch, or YouTube, you'll be able to play along with us on the screen. If you're watching, let's play a little game because this might be another 25 minutes of torture if USA can't come back. So, Combs or Monty, whoever wants to read the questions.
Yeah, let's get Monty to read the questions so that because there's no chance I'm seeing what the heck that says on that screen.
Let's do it. Question number 1. To lift our spirits and the entire weight of the country on our back, gentlemen. Once common in pro sports, this was the last stadium to host both an MLB and NFL franchise.
Was that Oakland?
My guess is that it's Miami.
Or
Oakland,
Miami.
the Coliseum, right?
Or it could be
No,
Oakland.
Was more recent than Miami, I would assume.
Yeah, Oakland was more recent. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was.
Yeah.
Because that Marlins Stadium was built way before the Vegas Stadium was built.
Yeah. You know where Oakland's at, Monty? Yeah, you're right. Look at you.
It's right by
north
San
of the
Fran.
bay, right?
Yeah, north. Yeah, like
It's on the other side of the bay, though, right? Or no?
Well, hold on, because we botched this. The one other time I think we had we either had Oakland
it's on the
or we
right
had
side
San
of the bay,
Francisco.
I believe, and it's towards the bottom of the bay. If I'm not mistaken.
I thought it was north.
Well,
I have no
I
clue.
think if you go down, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was more towards the bottom of the bay, and I think San Francisco is just on the other side of the bay.
it is. Yeah, you cross obviously the Bay Bridge to get into Oakland.
See where that white area is? Right, and I think that's in that area somewhere. Is where.
Yeah,
Oakland
I
is.
think he's right.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Oakland, south
I'm good
of
with that.
south of the bay.
Yeah,
Somewhere in there.
not south. No, I actually think it's like north of the little. Yeah, like I think it's right there, in there. That'd be my.
All right,
guess.
rip it. Oh, I think that
close.
was a good call.
99.
There we go.
Nice.
Let's go.
There we go.
99. What were we off by? Just
Alright.
2 miles?
11 miles, it says.
Oh, one more and we would have got it. So a little bit more north. Okay. Not bad.
Yeah, so
What's the next one we got?
Question 2. This Big Ten stadium took its unusual name from a Union Army training camp used during the Civil War.
Oh. That's Camp Randall, Wisconsin.
Yeah, stupid Madison.
Madison.
Yeah, Badgers, right?
Yeah.
Worst team ever.
Doak Randall. Doak Campbell. What's his name?
Yeah. Not Doak Campbell.
Was it Doak Campbell?
Camp Randall.
No, that's
Oh.
Florida State. Doak Campbell.
Camp Randall is the name of the Army.
Camp Randall, Doak Campbell. Who's Doak
Monty,
Campbell?
are you
That's
good?
hilarious.
Are you good with Wisconsin geography? I know it's like an hour from Milwaukee. I just don't know in which
It's
direction.
like south central Wisconsin, so it's like
Is it
almost
right here. It's
yeah,
by
like right
there's
in
a
there.
lake there, right? I think it's right here.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
I don't know. I've only been to that
Pretty sure.
stupid
It's
campus
somewhere. I
once,
know it's south
so.
central.
I
Yeah.
spent a summer in Madison, Wisconsin. You think I should know where
I've
it is?
never been.
I was just
Yeah,
saying,
that's
Pat,
got to
where
be
is
it because Milwaukee's closer to Illinois, so I think you're right.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
this is Milwaukee right here.
Right.
And this
right.
is like
so
Kenosha
yeah,
and stuff over there on the border.
Yep. I think you were right then on Madison. It's right
This
there.
is like Janesville or something. So I
Yeah,
would guess that
I
this
think that's
is
it right there.
Wisconsin or Madison.
Yep. Go with it.
Let's
Nailed
go.
it.
Give us the shake.
Nailed it. He
There
shook
it
the
is.
map.
There's the shake.
Attaboy.
Always got to know where your arch rivals are at, right, boys?
110%.
Here comes the
Question
question
3.
about
All right.
Auburn and me not knowing where
Hell
it
of a
is.
start.
Go ahead.
Cameron Indoor Stadium, which has sold out every men's college basketball game since 1990, sits here.
Oh.
Okay. So North Carolina. Yup. It's like north. It's like Northern Carolina. So
Yeah.
Is it by the coast or is it more inland?
No, more inland.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got a big city right here.
Yeah,
It almost
that
borders Virginia, doesn't it?
It's maybe like an hour from the Virginia border, I would say. Maybe a little more.
Okay.
Could be
yeah.
up here then.
No, I don't think it's that far west.
I think it's that first
I think
one
that's
that you
I think that's Raleigh. And then I think Durham's the other little patch. Yeah. I think
Right.
that's
This
Durham and
guy?
like Chapel. I think so. I think that's Durham and Chapel Hill. Yeah. Or like there. Chapel Hill might actually be to the left. I think that's Durham.
Oh boy. All right, rip it, Monty.
Yeah.
Right.
Split this.
Oh, all right.
Still
thought
got
that was
99.
My bad.
There we go.
All right.
Only
All
25
right, we got a
miles off.
99.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not as bad as it
Perfect.
looks.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Perfect.
No. Yeah, not bad.
Question 4. Canada's largest stadium stands here, home to one of the CFL's most storied franchises. Where are CFL boys at?
Is that
Is that
Edmonton?
like Saskatchewan? Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well, it could be Saskatchewan.
Saskatoon.
Maybe Edmonton. Yeah, either Saskatchewan or Edmonton, I would say. But I don't know where. I know Edmonton's west. I don't know where.
Edmonton.
Montreal.
Edmonton's Alberta. I kind of low key think
Or
it might
Toronto.
be Saskatchewan too, which I think is like north of like North Dakota area. I think somewhere in there.
I have no idea.
If it's Edmonton, Edmonton is more west than that.
Yeah.
I think that's Edmonton right there. That big problem. Yeah.
Guess so. Yeah, I mean Vancouver's
But
further
if
west,
it's
so.
Saskatchewan, I don't know where that's at though.
I don't think it's.
I don't
I
know
think
where
it's more
Saskatchewan
to
is
the
either.
east, but I actually I don't know 100%.
No, it's definitely not that. No, it's definitely not that much east.
No.
Yeah.
That's like Ottawa.
I'm pretty sure the Oilers are in the either Northwest Division or the Pacific Division.
Yeah. I think
they
that's
are. They're
Edmonton right there.
I think they're like north of like Montana.
Yeah.
Actually.
Because Edmonton's huge.
Yeah, just
How about right here?
why not, Monty?
Yeah. I mean, I have no clue. So
None of us do. Here
We're
comes
all
a big old.
guessing.
Oh!
Not terrible. Not terrible.
Was
That's
it
really
Saskatchewan?
89.
What was it?
250 miles off. The answer was Edmonton. Commonwealth Stadium,
Mm,
the largest in Canada.
okay. Well, now I know where Edmonton's at.
Okay.
I thought that was
All the way
Edmonton right there.
So that must be Calgary then.
Yeah.
We got an 89 on that.
Correct.
We did.
250 miles away. Final question. The most attended World Cup match ever drew an estimated 173,000 plus to the stadium in 1950. Where was the 1950 World Cup?
Well, it's got to be somewhere where soccer's huge. So,
My guess is Japan.
what about?
Although in the 50s, would they allow Japan to host that far after that close after World War II?
I was
Yeah. What about Brazil? Italy.
Oh,
I know.
incredible chance for
Berhalter
Berhalter.
came so close.
Smashes a volley, couple of feet wide of the post.
Oh,
Oh man,
needed that.
Brutal.
oh
Brutal.
Yeah, Brazil could
All
be a
right.
good call, like Rio. Just why not?
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. Nobody has any other idea where the 1950 World Cup is?
No,
0.
I have no clue. I was just putting a guess. I'm trying to think of good places where soccer was back then.
Is this Rio on the coast of Brazil? Does anybody know that? At least
That is where Rio is.
All right, bet
Maybe
we're gonna
England?
go with that.
Yep.
I don't
let
think
it
for
fly.
173,000 though, but maybe. I have no
Here
clue.
comes a
And we're running out of
big
time.
ol' arrow.
Here we go. Oh, it was Brazil.
Oh.
It was Rio de Janeiro. We just did not pick it correctly on the map.
Oh. Wow. Look at that.
Well, now we know where Edmonton and Brazil
Wow.
are on the map for future games.
So we definitely got over 9. Did we get over 900?
We did not. We only got 73 for the final question, so finish at 883.
We were on a freaking roll. All right, we got to take a break. We'll talk more about our score. Hopefully, we have a USA goal when we come back. It's 3-1 Belgium in the 80th minute, running out of time. 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is the matchup for Pulisic. And honestly, I think the best comp for this game, not to the same level, but is actually not any of the World Cup games the U.S. has played, but their final pre-match tune-up, pre-tournament tune-up against Germany, where, Germany was, they're a more aggressive pressing team than Belgium is, but it's closer to that kind of matchup, right? When you're playing a European team that has European regulars littered across the pitch, that kind of team is just going to have more of the ball. And what we've seen from Mauricio Pochettino in the past, and this is mostly at the club level, is that Pochettino is not going to go all out, press relentlessly like a Bielsa would, his mentor from many years ago, where it's not going to be like we're going to turn the dial up to 100 and we're going to crank up the pressure and we're going to be all over them. However, they will engage Belgium as soon as Belgium tries to make any kind of attacking move. So I suspect that Belgium will have a good bit of the possession here in the kind of like non-dangerous areas, the settled possession, and the whole goal of the U.S. will be to set up a press in a way that doesn't allow Belgium to progress the ball to the middle of the field. And then once they get to a certain point, there'll be what's called like pressing triggers, where when the ball gets to this moment or this person gets on the ball, then the U.S. will spring a press. And when they do that, the whole goal is win the ball quickly and attack in transition. And that is where Pulisic, throughout his career, has been at his best. And you'll see when the U.S. has the ball, he's going to be coming deeper tonight to get the ball than he has in the past matches. He didn't play against Turkey much, but I think you saw a little bit of it there in that match. So when Pulisic comes to get the ball, he's serving as the outlet. He's serving as the engine for the U.S. to move the ball from the midfield into the attacking areas, and he'll have more space to do that in this match, where I really thought, Greg Berhalter made this point, and a lot of people got mad at him because he's the former coach and people don't like him. But he made the point that he didn't feel like Pulisic was particularly involved against the game plan, but it was a sense of like Pulisic not being able to find space, not being able to get consistent service. There will be more space in this match for him to exploit than there was in the past matches.
I think tonight is just an optimal chance, a prime opportunity for Christian Pulisic to finally get his first goal of the 2026 World Cup. Because again, we know how much he can create with the ball on his foot. I mean, the guy creates his own space. It's like the ball is tethered to his toe at times, the way he dances around people. So if they were going to put maybe a little more emphasis before they found out of Balogun's return 24 hours ago, if they were going to place a little more emphasis on cutting off Pulisic's ability to create And now all of a sudden, they're being told, well, we can't give Balogun the space to get open and finish. That creates, that moment of hesitation in the defender's mind, but also creates a conflict in the moment when you don't have a moment to think. You've just got to react instinctively. Do I close out on Balogun to keep him from finishing? Do I close out on Pulisic to keep him from creating? I think the tendency is going to be, by the Belgian defenders, their back line, is going to be to move in Balogun's direction.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. 87th minute. It's still 3-1 Belgium. USA had an incredible chance to score during the commercial break. Faux Balogun got sprung free. Not necessarily a one-on-one, but because it was a tight angle, but he did get a couple of dribbles into the box untouched, but it was on his weak foot, on his left foot. He ripped the shot right at Thibaut Courtois, who was able to make a great save. And you know, that and the Sebastian Berhalter volley that went whiskers wide of the post, one of those needed to go in. Yeah, we're down to maybe 10 minutes left of the entire game here. If they get 7 minutes of stoppage time, you're down to 10 minutes. You need 2 goals. USA has not created a ton tonight. You need a miracle. You need an all-out miracle here, PJ. I don't think we're going to get one.
I don't either, Pat. That Balogun chance was the one. Berhalter had a great chance too. They needed one of those to go to make it 3-2. But as we talked about, it was the whole key was that next goal. It was 2-1 at the intermission, and we knew there was going to be another goal scored. The question was it going to be Belgium or the U.S.? And it unfortunately was Belgium, and just the way it happened with the keeper misplaying it, just totally deflating, man. And gosh, it stinks, Pat. Like, just what an opportunity. It's the fact that they're at home, you know? I mean, that's why everybody's so excited is they're on their home soil in front of all these Americans, and we're waiting to cheer. We're at all these bars and we're having watch parties and we're all excited, and they played by far their worst game of the tournament. And it's just a shame because this team really had a chance to change the perception around American soccer for the men's team, because whenever they've played against teams like this in games like this, they always lose and they always get outclassed. And we thought maybe this game would be a little bit different. They were favored, and it's just it's the same old story. So that's really my big takeaway. They did a lot of good things, and they're definitely heading in the right direction, but this, Pat, will always be the test, man. When they go up against the Belgiums, the Spains, the Frances, the Argentinas, they got to be able to hang, and it's just we still can't get to the level.
This stinks. This stinks. For those of you wondering, the 2030 World Cup is another joint hosted tournament. Although actually, no, I think we got 6 countries, 3 different continents, right? They're doing something crazy. I know most of the tournaments, Spain, Portugal, and Morocco. So you got Europe and Africa, but Morocco obviously right next to Spain and Portugal. That's exactly where I was over the last 2 weeks, the southern coast of Spain. But then also, I think because it's the centennial, 100 years since the first World Cup, I think Uruguay, Argentina, and Paraguay will each host a special centenary opening match to celebrate the tournament's 100th anniversary.
This is Westwood One Sports.
San Francisco is number 5 for me, the 49ers. Brock Purdy, I think, has proven that he's more than just Mr. Irrelevant who's been turned into a capable quarterback by Kyle Shanahan. He's shown that he's capable enough on his own. Could we have arguments about what he'd look like in a different system? Sure. But you could have that argument about just about any quarterback. And Mac Jones last year, stepping in Purdy's place, kept the 49ers afloat. So a very strong number 5 as we start the power rankings for our top 5 quarterback rooms around the NFL. Number 4. I worry about the backup situation because it's not great. But at the very least, the guy who is their number 2, at least I think he'll be their number 2.
Shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in, or welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. 5th and final hour of this Monday night show kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Instant post-game reaction and analysis. Belgium has another late one off of another sloppy, disastrous play at the back from the U.S. defense. Romelu Lukaku, one of the legends of Belgium, adds in a late one. They beat USA 4-1. It was a beatdown. It was a beatdown not because Belgium was the better team, but USA played the worst game you could possibly play. Considering the expectations they had raised, the play we had seen from this team through their first 3 games in the group stage and then the win against Bosnia, and they were just awful. I mean, really wasteful on the minimal chances they had, and it's probably the worst defensive performance I've seen from about any team in the entire knockout stage. Not even a question. So, open phone lines for you to vent. Any thoughts on Team USA losing, what this means for the future? Again, the 2030 World Cup, as I lost track of the freaking clock right before we went to break with our heart out, is in Portugal, Spain, and Morocco, but you have the centenary games being played with Paraguay, Uruguay, and Argentina each hosting a game because it's the 100th anniversary of the World Cup. That's where the next one is. The Gold Cup, which is North America, that's next summer, so you don't have to wait too long. That's for supremacy in North America. So Mexico, Canada, our biggest opponents in that one next summer. That's the good news. The bad news is this was a pretty kind draw to USA. A Bosnia team that barely deserved to be in the tournament before it began. And then a Belgium team that was pretty fraudulent, if you ask me. And I'm a big defender of the European teams. I think they're the best teams in the world. Most of the time in almost every major tournament, I would take a European side over a South American team. You know, for the most part, Argentina is the reigning world champions, but you get my drift. And I think Belgium was really fraudulent, and they were there to be had, but you can't make the amount of mistakes USA made today and get away with it. So 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. You know, we'll get into all the specifics here, PJ, but your initial thoughts after watching what was a very disappointing result.
Just disappointment is the word. A lot of us expected to win, especially when Balogun was announced that he was going to be available for this game. I think more than anything, Pat, it's just like this game will be a reminder to us all. It doesn't matter how they look against inferior competition. It doesn't matter what they do against group stage. They will always be measured by what they do against these top teams around the world when it matters most. And that's that's the hurdle they can't quite climb just yet. So it's a shame because they did a lot of good things. They played really well in 3 of the 4 games in this tournament. It was so cool to see the country believe. Everybody backed this team. Everybody was so excited for these games, looking at all these watch parties, all these bars that were filled. But I think, Pat, for me, the big takeaway, man, is we still got a ways to go. You know, our defense, our goalkeeping, our depth compared to these other teams. I mean, think about what Belgium did tonight. Like, they didn't play Doku, De Bruyne, or Lukaku. Well, De Bruyne didn't play at all. They didn't play Lukaku and Doku to like the 70th minute, and they still beat us 4-1. I mean, that would be like us not playing Pulisic, Tillman, and Balogun, and us beating Belgium 4-1. So it tells you the gap that there is, and that's the 9th ranked team in the world. So imagine what a potential Spain game could have looked like, or what a France game could have looked like. So I just more than anything, disappointment, because it just, this team felt different. They looked different, and it was on home soil. It's just such a missed opportunity. It would have been so great to watch them continue to play, continue to watch people back this team, and to watch them lose like that again. Just, that's why when Brandon asked us earlier, you know, would you rather see them lose a game like they just did, or would you rather see them lose a heartbreaker? And I would have rather see him lose a heartbreaker, because I wanted to see him go toe-to-toe with one of these teams. To watch him lose a game like that, it's so deflating, because it just feels like they're still kind of in the same spot that they've always been, even with all the good that they did. You know, I think now at this point, Pat, we're not measuring up against, okay, can you beat the Paraguays, the Turkeys, you know, the Jordans, the Algerias of the world? It's, can you beat those top teams? And they still got a way to go.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I agree and I disagree. I do feel like watching Team USA in 2022 in the World Cup, I didn't think they looked as good as they did in this one. Like, I'm, you know, just going back to the group stage games in that World Cup, and let me bring it up here just so I make sure because I have it off the top of my head. I remember we lost right away to the Netherlands, but in the group stage, like we looked like a team that kind of, you know, scraped by, if you will. Remember, it was in the winter because it was in Qatar. We were in a group with England, Iran, and Wales. So, like, it's a pretty favorable group. You know, we tied Wales 1-1, and I was like, ugh, like Wales is, like, we should be beating Wales. And then remember, we got the 0-0 draw against England. And it was like, and that was on Black Friday. And I was like, all right, let's go. And then they had to get a result against Iran, and they beat them 1-0. Didn't look good. It was ugly. It was gritty, but they got it done. Got to the knockout stage and immediately got Netherlands, who, like, they were the team that in the last 4 years had then moved up a tier. Like, they were supposed to join the Spains and the Frances and the Germanys. And so, like, I never really had confidence that they were going to beat the Netherlands, and we got outclassed from what I remember in that game. Lost 3-1. Netherlands had star-studded players, Virgil van Dijk, Denzel Dumfries, you know, Cody Gakpo. Like, they had some great play. We just got beat. We flat out got beat. This year, crushed Paraguay, a team that made the knockout stage and knocked out Germany. Beat Australia convincingly, a team that made the knockout stage and went to penalties against Egypt. And then a game that meant nothing against Turkey. You can't really, like, you got to throw that game out. It meant nothing. Turkey was playing for pride. They were, like, on paper, I thought they were the best team in the group going into the tournament. I was like, damn, like, Turkey is probably going to win the group. Hopefully USA finishes second. They win the group. And even in that game, like, we played our backups and we played pretty well. They lose in the last second. It doesn't matter. Bosnia, I thought, was going to be tougher than it was. I thought that game was going to extra time. I was a gritty European side that is used to playing the best teams in the world. I thought they were going to be able to defend us well. USA gets the goal in the first half, gets down to 10 men on the Balogun red card, still ends up winning 2-0, get the free kick goal from Tillman. I'm like, whoa, like, this is what the top teams in the world do. So I don't, in that regard, I don't think we're in the same spot. I think we've jumped up a tier. I think we're a legit top 20 team in the world. I think we're a team that now, in every major tournament we enter, the Gold Cup next year, we should be playing like a spot in the final should be the expectation of the Gold Cup. And but that's kind of been the expectation for years. So it's really now, it's a long wait for 4 years, but assuming it's this same core, which you look around on this team, Tim Ream's 38, he's gone. Some of the other players, but the main core players, Balogun, Pulisic, Dest, McKennie, Tyler Adams, these guys are all in their young, mid, at worst, late 20s. This should be the core still for 4 years from now. And I think the expectation is not only the knockout stage, but it should be the quarterfinals. It should be the quarterfinals. And they had that chance here in this World Cup, PJ. So I do think, I disagree that they're not in the same spot, but you look at the result and they're in the exact same spot, that they've been knocked out in 3 out of the last 4 World Cups, with the other one being missing it completely, not qualifying in 2018. So I guess you could say, it doesn't matter how you get there. They still get to the same result. Yes, that's true. It just, man, if they would have played this type of game against Turkey, and it was the subs that played like this, you're like, oh man, like, all right, at least we know we don't have depth. Or even if they played like this against Australia, Paraguay, and they got the clunker out of the way early, maybe it would have lowered the expectations. But they played a nearly 10 out of 10 game against Paraguay. They played a nearly 10 out of 10 game against Australia. They played a nearly 10 out of 10 game against Bosnia, winning those 3 games by a combined 8-1. And so they raised the expectations. And then to just play this sloppy, I know how you boys like them extra sloppy. Like, we were the lunch lady in Billy Madison. We told Belgium, we know you like it extra sloppy. Here you go. We're going to make several critical mistakes. A goalie in freeze that's been good comes out to get a ball, doesn't know what to do with it, doesn't get rid of it, gives Belgium a goal. The last one. You could say, well, USA, they basically had they were defeated. They kind of tapped out. It doesn't matter. Like, the last minute of the game, and you can't even complete a pass in your own defensive third, and you gift another one away to Lukaku, and he buries it. And the 2 goals they gave up in the first half. Sloppy defending, not marking your man. Ream, who's 38, is only in there because he's supposed to be strong and physical, gets out-jumped by Nketiah, a striker that's not known for his physicality. It was just terrible mistakes. And they really hadn't made them in this tournament. The defense had been solid. And I don't want to hear, well, they haven't faced Belgium has not been that good. They tied, who was it, 0-0? They tied Iran 0-0, who didn't make the knockout stage. They tied Egypt 1-1. Not a great result for them. They thumped New Zealand, who they had to. They were down 2-0 against Senegal, and they needed a miracle. They were there to be had, and I don't know if it was playing at home with the pressure and the expectations. I don't know what it was, but this was not the Team USA we had seen in the first 4 games of this tournament, and I don't think this is the Team USA. Like, this was their worst game. I don't think this is the team. Like, I hope people don't come away from this saying, like, damn, I guess we really do stink, and we were just, like, we got a couple of fluky results, or like, man, we finally ran into a good team. No, Team USA is a good team. They just happen to play an F performance. And it makes it that much more difficult of a pill to swallow, because you thought that they were ready for this challenge. And I do think they were ready. But what does that matter? What does that mean? Maybe I'm giving this team too much credit. I don't know. They picked the worst time to play their worst game, and just really sloppy mistakes from a team that had proven that they they shouldn't make those mistakes, but they did. And it's a brutal loss.
It is. And you know what? You make a good point in the fact that they did play their F game tonight. And Pat, they usually haven't been into this situation. If they ever get to a round of 16 kind of game, they're always an underdog in that scenario, especially if they're going up against a team from Europe who's one of the top 10 teams in the world. So the fact that they were expected to win tonight, they were favorites. Balogun was back. They were on home soil. I was worried about that pressure in the Bosnia game, but they felt that tonight against Belgium. So it's a shame. And this is what happens in sports, when you have tournaments that are one and done. It's not like the NHL or the MLB or the NBA where it's a best of it's a best of 7 or maybe a best of 5. And if you have a bad game, you flush it, you come back tomorrow. We see this a lot in March Madness where we get these big upsets and just that top seed plays really bad. And I think there was something to that tonight with the U.S. They clearly did not play their best game. That third goal was just atrocious. They are better than what they showed tonight. But I think, Pat, with what they almost did it to themselves in this game tonight with how they were playing throughout the tournament. For them to show up tonight like this in such a pressure-packed game, and this happens in sports, I think that's just the toughest pill to swallow, is how good they had looked previously, how excited everybody was for this game, the opportunity that was ahead for them. And now we got to wait 4 years again for another World Cup to see what it looks like. And you don't know how the groups are going to shake out. You don't know what the bracket's going to look like. You don't know what the injury situation is going to look like. They had a really good chance, and it's a shame to see them go out like this. But, even though I agree, it does feel different. That their coach is great in Pochettino. They do have that core that you mentioned. But I think it's fair to be like, no matter how good they look against these inferior teams, like, you do always have to question what's going to happen when they go up against top 10 teams in the world.
Yeah, and here's another thing. I don't know if Mauricio Pochettino is going to be here for the next World Cup. I don't. I think he's a really great manager. So, yeah, I mean, again, does he manage the Gold Cup? Is he in charge of Team USA for the Gold Cup next year? I would hope. But to think that he's going to be around 4 years from now when the next World Cup takes place, I think that's very slim. Very slim. And this is a guy that managed Chelsea, PSG, and Tottenham for the last 10-plus years combined. Those are 3 of the best teams in the world. I know Chelsea and Spurs, they're not in great states right now, but in terms of the brands, those are iconic brands. And PSG, who now has just been in back-to-back or won back-to-back Champions Leagues, in Paris. Like, he's managed 3 world-class sides here over the last 10 years, and then he decided he wanted to take charge of Team USA, and I think he did a great job. I don't really think, Rudy Garcia, the manager for Belgium, he got it. He got the tactics. He got the lineup perfect. That was such a huge talking point for us before the game started. De Bruyne on the bench, doesn't even play. Lukaku on the bench. Doku on the bench. Vanaken on the bench. And like you said, they still beat us 4-1. I don't think this was Pochettino getting outmanaged. Nobody who came in tonight did anything. Pulisic, invisible. Mm-hmm. Balogun, not good enough. Dest, terrible, gets taken off in the first half. The guys he put on, the guys he had. Pepe, you have to put on an attacking player. Reina, those guys didn't do anything. And USA, it's not even like we sat back and played a different brand of soccer than we were used to. Belgium just dominated the first 15 minutes and put us in a hole, but then you clawed out of it. You get the free kick goal, and it's like, all right, you get yourself settled, and then just the lack of focus. I don't know, the lack of focus and terrible marking by Tim Ream, and you give up a goal 2 minutes later, and that basically was the end of it there. That was it. So it's not like we got beat playing a different brand of soccer than we were. It's not like the manager picked the wrong lineup. It's not like the manager got the tactics wrong. You just had the players on the field play a terrible game. But, again, I think a lot of folks were so happy and delighted, like, wow, Mauricio Pochettino, one of the great managers over the last decade who has managed some of the best teams in the world, is picking Team USA. Might be around for the Gold Cup next year. I don't think he's going to stick around till 2030 for another World Cup. I think there's another club that's going to come knocking his way, and he'll probably step down so he could take that job. And, unless he's fine, unless he feels like he's accomplished everything he wants to in club soccer, club football, and now that he wants to be Team USA's manager and kind of have that part-time kind of job, right? You have international break like once a month throughout the club season. You have the Gold Cup next year. You have the World Cup in another 4 years. If that's what he wants, great. Then he'll stick around. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, Brandon's typing in the chat, PJ is so dejected, and he's right. I just didn't think they'd look like that. And I keep talking about how they'll be measured against what they do against top 10 teams in the world and those European powers. Pat, to be honest, like you've been saying throughout the show and earlier this segment, this is Belgium's best game they played. They haven't looked all that good this tournament. They were lucky to get past Senegal down 2-0 in the 85th minute. I think that's another frustrating too, is we really did it to ourselves. And I think they probably do level the game at 2 if Freeze doesn't make that mistake in goal and give up the cheapie to make it 3-1. They'll be kicking themselves about this one. Missed opportunities galore. Just a really good chance for them to build some momentum. It would have been a crazy scene on Friday with them going up against Spain. I just, we talked about it before the game started. We thought it would be close. And the way Belgium had prepared and their game plan, they thought it was going to be close. They thought this was going to be a 120-minute game. They thought it was going to be a penalty kick kind of game. So no way did they think this would be a 3-1, 4-1 kind of game, which tells you how bad USA were. It all started from the opening moments. Belgium came out, punched them in the face, missed a couple of opportunities, and then got the goal. And then the one brief moment that USA got all that momentum when Tillman scored the goal, Belgium just took it right back from them. So it was never quite their night, Pat. And Belgium is experienced. They punched him in the mouth. You got to give him a ton of credit going on the road, true road game. And how about this tournament? England and Belgium in the round of 16 playing true road games, and both of those teams taking care of business and coming away with some massive wins. So credit to both of them. I can't wait to bet Spain in the next round. I think they're going to absolutely smoke Belgium. But just disappointed, Pat. Keep coming back to that word, and it's true, because we all know they could have played a lot better, and you just wish you would have seen what the kind of game they've been playing all tournament would have looked like if that would have showed up today against Belgium. That's all we wanted. Just keep playing the game that you have been playing, and that should have been good enough to get the job done tonight. But they just were not ready for the moment. They looked timid all night. It felt like nobody was decisive. There was a lot of like, are you going to kick this? Am I going to kick this? And they never could get that momentum that they've had for much of the tournament.
And one other thing, I'm just going to say it, because I think a lot of people are thinking it probably deep down. And I'm going to put a disclaimer on this. This has absolutely jack squat to do with how you feel politically. But the last two things that Trump has gotten involved with sports, it's turned to crap. He gets involved, gets the red card, the 1-game suspension overturned for Balogun. We get destroyed by Belgium. Trump shows up to Madison Square Garden for Game 3 of the NBA Finals, and the Knicks get beaten by the Spurs. Sports-wise, everything this guy touches turns to crap. So I'm just going to say it, because it's been on my mind, all the negative possible repercussions that came out of this. He brings the bad vibes, man. Sports-wise, brings the bad vibes. And, of course, it's how it ends. Unreal. Balogun plays, barely doesn't even do anything. He had one shot, and he skied it over the crossbar. Hey, he had 2 shots. Skied one over the crossbar, had another great one-on-one opportunity, rips it right at Courtois. But I can't stop, Trump shows up to the Garden, Knicks lose. Trump calls the president of FIFA, gets Balogun to play. We lose 4-1.
You said a lot of people deep down were thinking it. Definitely crossed my mind. I mean, like you said, Pat, with the Knicks, what did they do? Win 14 of 15 in that final stretch? Was that what it was? 15 of 16? What was the run that they went on?
Well, they had not, after they lost, when they were down 2-1 against Atlanta, they won 3 in a row, swept the Sixers, swept the Cavs, won the first 2 games against the Spurs. They had won 13 in a row, and he shows up to the Garden and they lose.
Crazy. And then they're looking great when the starters are out there and they're playing their A team. They look dominant in all 3 games. He gets involved and they play like this. So, like you said, I mean, it's just you're just stating facts. I mean, it's not like these are opinionated things. He's literally getting involved. It's not working out in his favor.
310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. We'll take your phone calls, your texts, your thoughts on a very depressing 4-1 loss for Team USA. Belgian Red Devils, by the way, which I don't know if that's their official national team page, captioned the goal for Lukaku or the photo for Lukaku and said, "Overturn this." So, of course, they're trolling now. And like they got every right. They got every right. You win, you can do whatever you want. You can troll. You can put out memes.
Yeah. We got to take
They're
it
going
tonight.
nuts right now.
Belgium, they can celebrate all they want. Absolutely.
Yeah, they're going nuts right now in Brussels. It's 4:30 in the morning, and they're having a grand old time at our expense. 310-840-4910. We'll take your thoughts. Do you feel like this is same old USA, or were you really excited and felt like USA should have won the game? We were the favorites, slight favorites. BetMGM had us as the favorites, though, for good reason. It was just a sloppy, sloppy game. All right, we'll do a little hot or cold when we return. We'll get your calls, your texts, your tweets. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
San Francisco is number 5 for me, the 49ers. Brock Purdy, I think, has proven that he's more than just Mr. Irrelevant who's been turned into a capable quarterback by Kyle Shanahan. He's shown that he's capable enough on his own. Could we have arguments about what he'd look like in a different system? Sure. But you could have that argument about just about any quarterback. And Mac Jones last year, stepping in Purdy's place, kept the 49ers afloat. So a very strong number 5 as we start the power rankings for our top 5 quarterback rooms around the NFL. Number 4. I worry about the backup situation because it's not great. But at the very least, the guy who is their number 2, at least I think he'll be their number 2 going into the season, has, what would we call it, familiarity with the program. That's probably the best way to put it. Because he's been around now for 3 years in that quarterback room. And it's a very good offensive coaching staff. And a future Hall of Famer as the starter doesn't hurt. The Rams at number 4. Matt Stafford's got all the weapons. We haven't yet seen him fall off the cliff. It may happen soon. Who knows? But as long as Stafford is still looking like an MVP caliber quarterback, Stetson Bennett IV is not inspiring any great levels of confidence. But at the very least, like I said, he is familiar with the system. And it's Sean McVay. It's Nate Scheelhaas. It's that same squad who would insulate, I think, Bennett with all those weapons if Stafford had to be out for a couple of weeks. So I have the Rams at number 4. Number 3, again, not an inspiring backup quarterback situation at number 3. It's more like, well, just good enough because this is a journeyman backup who's been with plenty of teams. I'm sure knows exactly how to handle himself as a veteran backup. And the starter is, again, MVP caliber, at least during the regular season. Buffalo Bills at number 3. Regular season Josh Allen, the best in the league. More often than not. Kyle Allen, I mean, look, if the Bills have to go a couple weeks without Josh Allen, we all know they're going to have more than a handful of issues. But we also know they can lean on the run game. We know that the offense is, the system itself is built around consistency with Brady remaining there. So Kyle Allen steps in, journeyman backup quarterback, but journeyman backup quarterbacks usually pick things up really quickly. And again, it's not inspiring, but it's okay. So not a very deep quarterback room, but when you got Josh Allen, I can't rank him any lower than number 3 as we rank the top 5 quarterback rooms in the NFL. Number 2, this is where I really do start to consider the strength of a backup, especially a complimentary backup. And what I mean by that is a backup who knows how to play the game the same way the starter plays the game and has proven capable of it. Not fantastic at it because, well, he's a backup, but a whole hell of a lot better than other backups they've had in this offense. And that's Baltimore, the Ravens at number 2. Lamar Jackson, the starter, like I said, always capable of MVP level play in the regular season. And Snoop Huntley, a more than reliable backup. I've seen Snoop Huntley step into games and the offense continues to function just as it should. Not at the same level as with Lamar in at quarterback, but certainly better than, say, when Cooper Rush was the backup. So I have the Ravens at number 2. And I'm going to stay in the division for number 1. No, not the Steelers. Come on, I'm not that big a homer, guys. Come on. Cincinnati. Joe Burrow is primed for an elite year. And Joe Flacco has shown his ability to step in. He did it again last year.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Oh, man. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. In all of your thoughts, you want to vent, Team USA gets embarrassed. Really, we embarrassed ourselves. Losing 4-1 to Belgium. Just sloppy mistakes. Here's a stat for you, by the way, PJ. Christian Pulisic lost possession 11 times in the 45 minutes that he was on the field. That is the most of any player in the game tonight. That sums it up. You said it. You said it well. Look at who scored for England yesterday. They went on the road, true road game in the Azteca. Mexico hadn't lost a competitive game in 13 years. Who scores the goals? Jude Bellingham, Harry Kane. Christian Pulisic.
How about Norway, Brazil? Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
Holland and
right?
Holland. And
Holland,
the consolation penalty, even to Neymar. But you needed the stars to be stars tonight, and they were awful. Our best players. Pulisic, terrible. Balogun, pretty bad. Weston McKennie did nothing. Picked up a yellow card. That was about all he did. Tyler Adams wasn't very good. So, there you go, man. That's it. And I know, again, there's our Pulisic. Oh, he got injured or whatnot. Come on, man. Save it. I don't want to hear the injury excuses. If he wasn't 100%, he shouldn't have started. You could have brought him off the bench. So I don't want to hear excuses right now for Christian Pulisic. He's a great leader of this team. But he played a horrible game tonight, and there's no two ways about it.
He sure did. And it's a shame, I mean, right now, just scrolling through Twitter, Pat, and looking at the timeline, everybody is pretty much in agreement on a bunch of things. Obviously, the third goal that they let up, not great. Tim Ream, terrible, needs to retire. And Pulisic, when is this dude going to live up to the billing? Captain America, he's supposed to be the best player. And like we have talked about, like we were just talking about, look at all the teams that are left and look at how their stars are performing. Look at how Mbappe has been playing for France, or even Dembele, who had a hat trick. Look at what Holland did yesterday for Norway. Look at what Bellingham and Harry Kane have done. I'm sure Messi is going to score again tomorrow. All these stars are performing, and I don't know, Pat. In our life, let's say in the next 30 years, right? So in the next 7, 8 World Cups, do you think that the United States at any point will ever have a top 5 player in the world in the next 7 or 8 World Cups? Do you think that'll ever happen?
Oh, it's absolutely possible. 7 or 8. So you're talking about 20, 30 years? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. I think the academy programs that we have here in the States are really, really, really good. I think it breeds competition. I think you need more and more kids. Unfortunately, though, like I played a bunch of sports growing up, and I played club soccer, but I didn't play in an academy. I played club soccer, and I was juggling that and travel baseball, and in the summer doing swimming and playing basketball growing up until high school. And so, like, I think what you need is, whether it's fair or not, I always think being well-rounded is the best thing. But honestly, I think it's at this point, you really want to develop some of the best players in the world. I think parents are going to have their kids, or just force their kids to play only soccer from a very young age and try to get them on the, fast track to being an incredible young talent by the time they're 13, 14 years old. That's probably the difference. But again, I think you look at, and here's the other reason why, PJ, I disagreed when you said it's like same old USA, or it feels like we're in the same spot. Look at the teams these guys are playing for right now. Pulisic's playing for Milan. Dest was playing for Barcelona. He plays for PSV in Netherlands. It's a pretty damn good team. Again, most of the starting 11 is playing in the top 4 leagues in Europe, whether it's the Premier League, Anthony Robinson, another one, whether it's playing in Serie A in Italy, whether it's playing in the Bundesliga, like Gio Reyna and Pulisic used to play for Dortmund, or, whether it's playing in La Liga in Spain. The guys on Team USA are playing in the best leagues. So
sure.
It's I do think that in the next 20 years, we could have one of the top 5 players in the world for sure.
I kind of think that's what's going to be that finally gets them over the hump, because I look at all these teams that go deep. I look at these teams that win it, and they have firepower. They have star power. And again, Balogun was one of the best strikers in the tournament, and look at how good they were playing. When he was playing at that level, Pat, look at how good they were. And now tonight, he doesn't do anything. Pulisic doesn't score a goal the entire tournament. And they finally, it catches up with them. So this is just, it's the kind of tournament where your stars just are going to have to play like stars. And, there are teams that make runs, like Morocco doesn't really have a bona fide star, but they're just such a good team. They know how to win. Colombia doesn't really have like a bona fide star. They got some quality players, but certainly none of like the top 5, 6 household names in the world, but they're a really quality team. So you can go deep. I mean, you can make the quarters, you can make the semis. But if you like truly want to compete and you want to win, I think you got to have one of those top 5 or 6 players in the world. And I hope we do get that someday. But no, it is fair. You're right. Because, I mean, some of these teams, the U.S. teams that we've had growing up, I mean, these guys were just like MLS players. And it was just night and day going up against some of these teams. The fact that they do have these guys playing all over Europe, we are heading in the right direction. But, Pat, I think that's why, again, it's just maybe the pressure of just playing at home just was too much for them in this kind of game. But, they've been doing it the last 4 games in front of all these big crowds, and they've been playing so well. And like you said, they're playing in these top leagues in Europe. They're going into hostile environments, and they just completely look like they were just not ready for the moment tonight, which I think more than anything is just, it's tough to swallow, because I don't think any of us really forecasted that. Maybe if we were previewing previous U.S. teams, like, man, are they going to be ready for a game like this tonight? Are they going to be able to handle it? And never once did I really hear anybody talk about that. I think with how they looked, we were just all expecting them to really come out and play quality like they have been. So just a real shame. We're all disappointed. Not the result we were hoping for, obviously, and certainly not the one that we were expecting was for them to look like that tonight. And it just sucks, Pat, that we got to wait another 4 years for this tournament, because, man, is it awesome. I enjoy watching. I enjoy watching great soccer. I love feeling like this every 4 years. It's just a shame I got to wait until 2030 to feel like this again.
Yeah. Gonna be in my mid-30s. Yikes. By the way, I would suggest the guys from Team USA maybe stay off Twitter because the memes are, I mean, they're incredible, but I'm seeing somebody said first half Pulisic and it's James Harden photoshopped onto Christian Pulisic's body. I'm seeing somebody just said Christian P is arriving with your order.
Christian P is arriving with your order. That is
that's a brutal one. Somebody else said this USA team is a James Franklin team. Looked great against opponents ranked in the 20s to 40s, garnered a bunch of hype, now playing a top 10 team and are actively bleeping themselves on the field. Yep.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's a good one, too. Yeah.
A lot of people all of a sudden are soccer experts, which, I mean, look, Matt Freese with everything on the line, and they show Graham Gano kicking, I think that was Younghoe Koo, kicking the turf at MetLife Stadium for the Giants and completely just whiffing on the ball. I mean, we're getting, the internet is undefeated, as Combs says in the show chat. That's for damn sure. The internet is undefeated, and I guess maybe it's a good place to have a laugh at how bad that game was tonight. But you watch the referee view, the ref cam of the third goal with Freeze, the absolute disaster that he makes, and then Ream tries to block the shot, and he basically just like tumbles over it, and it goes in anyway. That sums up the night, PJ. That sums up what a really, we were in the moment, and I'm like, yeah, like this is bad, but man, if they just stop playing sloppy, now that I've stepped back, I mean, that really was a big fat F of a game. That was terrible. We're lucky we didn't get beat by 6 goals.
I mean, was there ever a part of you that thought something like that was possible tonight? Like, I mean, all the ways you were previewing the games, like, did you ever think like Belgium would just completely dominate and win 4-1?
No. I thought, if anything, it would be heartbreaking that we would be the ones controlling possession, having the majority of shots, but being wasteful and then losing on a 90th minute goal, or, like giving up a late goal and forces extra time and then losing in extra time or losing in I didn't think just flat out getting embarrassed like that was in the cards for tonight.
Yeah. Me neither, man. Me neither. I think which is why it's just so disappointing. It's just kind of shocking, that because I'm with you. I didn't see this with the way Belgium had been playing this tournament. I thought if they won, it would be a close one, extra time. I thought it would be penalty kicks. I did not see them just beating us up like this. So I'm with you.
Yep. And another one here's, we look at England's effort yesterday in Mexico. I saw somebody tweet, I watched England die on the field on the road at the top of a mountain for their country, only to see USA play like scared children at home with a bribe advantage. Oof. It's a pretty harsh way of summing up how things went tonight. And like I mentioned, Trump getting in the way, getting himself involved in this, getting Balogun to play, and it goes horribly wrong. We're getting trolled by Belgium on social media. Yeah, look, like I said, it felt rigged. It felt rigged that Balogun played tonight. And what did we do with it? Played literally like we were scared to make mistakes and got embarrassed at home in what was supposed to be a really good home field advantage stadium. I mean, you couldn't add up all the things. You really couldn't add anything more on our side that was in our favor before this game started. And for it to play like how it did, it sucks. 310-840. Yeah, 310-840-4910. All right, we'll finish up on the other side. Try to put some optimism in it. Look, I mean, me and PJ, we're going to be jacked up for the rest of this World Cup because you got 2 more games tomorrow. You got an incredible quarterfinal slate already lined up, no matter how, even if we don't get Argentina, Colombia, which is probably what we should get for that last quarterfinal spot. So we'll preview some of that, maybe give out some plays for Wimbledon tomorrow. And any last phone calls or texts you guys want to get in on, 310-840-4910. But I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is the matchup for Pulisic. And honestly, I think the best comp for this game, not to the same level, but is actually not any of the World Cup games the U.S. has played, but their final pre-match tune-up, pre-tournament tune-up against Germany, where, Germany was, they're a more aggressive pressing team than Belgium is, but it's closer to that kind of matchup, right? When you're playing a European team that has European regulars littered across the pitch, that kind of team is just going to have more of the ball. And what we've seen from Mauricio Pochettino in the past, and this is mostly at the club level, is that Pochettino is not going to go all out, press relentlessly like a Bielsa would, his mentor from many years ago, where it's not going to be like we're going to turn the dial up to 100 and we're going to crank up the pressure and we're going to be all over them. However, they will engage Belgium as soon as Belgium tries to make any kind of attacking move. So I suspect that Belgium will have a good bit of the possession here in the kind of like non-dangerous areas, the settled possession. And the whole goal of the U.S. will be to set up a press in a way that doesn't allow Belgium to progress the ball to the middle of the field. And then once they get to a certain point, there'll be what's called like pressing triggers, where when the ball gets to this moment or this person gets on the ball, then the U.S. will spring a press. And when they do that, the whole goal is win the ball quickly and attack in transition. And that is where Pulisic, throughout his career, has been at his best. And you'll see when the U.S. has the ball, he's going to be coming deeper tonight to get the ball than he has in the past matches. He didn't play against Turkey much, but I think you saw a little bit of it there in that match. So when Pulisic comes to get the ball, he's serving as the outlet. He's serving as the engine for the U.S. to move the ball from the midfield into the attacking areas, and he'll have more space to do that in this match, where I really thought, Greg Berhalter made this point, and a lot of people got mad at him because he's the former coach and people don't like him. But he made the point that he didn't feel like Pulisic was particularly involved against the game plan. But it was a sense of like Pulisic not being able to find space, not being able to get consistent service. There will be more space in this match for him to exploit than there was in the past matches.
I think tonight is just an optimal chance, a prime opportunity for Christian Pulisic to finally get his first goal of the 2026 World Cup. Because again, we know how much he can create with the ball on his foot. I mean, the guy creates his own space. It's like the ball is tethered to his toe at times, the way he dances around people. So if they were going to put maybe a little more emphasis before they found out of Balogun's return 24 hours ago, if they were going to place a little more emphasis on cutting off Pulisic's ability to create, and now all of a sudden they're being told, well, we can't give Balogun the space to get open and finish. That creates that moment of hesitation in the defender's mind, but also creates a conflict in the moment when you don't have a moment to think. You've just got to react instinctively. Do I close out on Balogun to keep him from finishing? Do I close out on Pulisic to keep him from creating? I think the tendency is going to be, by the Belgian defenders, their back line, is going to be to move in Balogun's direction.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. GM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's PJ Glasser. Final couple of minutes. And then our guy Denton Day is in for Linnell Willingham tonight. Denton shot me a text. He's great, does a great job always letting me know when he's filling in or somebody's filling in. So Double D, not Double D David Dykstra, Denton Day filling in for Linnell. He'll be up at the top of the hour for Westwood One Sports Night. More post-game on the USA's tragic, depressing, pathetic, embarrassing 4-1 loss to Belgium in the World Cup. Let's get one phone call in here really quickly. 310-840-4910, the number to join the show. You could call, you could text. Edwin is in Maryland. Next up on BetMGM tonight. Edwin's on line one. What's up, Edwin?
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I think, I think the guys were affected by the whole controversy about the red card being rescinded. And I think it gave Belgium some energy, it was like a bulletin board material for them, I think. And it was unfair because I think that really polluted the vibes, around this team. I mean, people love them because they're got an attractive playing style, and it was nice seeing how many casual fans got behind the team and everything. And then even if, whether the red card was fair or unfair, at least if we had just taken the suspension and played, even if it's with adversity or whatever, I think the guys would have fought well and, they would have done better. But I think the weight of this, having the world's eyes on them, like, you're getting your president involved, you're pressuring FIFA to rescind the red card, which is just something that doesn't happen, I think it was unfortunate, and I feel bad for the guys. I feel bad for the team that they just had this type of really, bad ending for what started as such a nice, memorable World Cup. It just stained the whole thing. It's so unfortunate.
Yeah, Edwin, appreciate the call, man. Good thoughts, good take. Yeah, PJ, I think if anything else, it gave Belgium an extra spark. Trump calling Gianni Infantino the president of FIFA and basically having him allow Balogun to play. That gave Belgium, we always ask, what more drive, what more spark, what more motivation could professional athletes need in the biggest games of their lives? I don't know. Belgium came out of the gate with their asses on fire. And so I'm sure it gave them whatever spark they needed. That gave it to them.
And I don't know how many people saw it on that Belgium fourth goal, but when they were celebrating, they did the little Trump dance. So to Edwin's point and to your point, Pat, they definitely knew, and that definitely motivated them. And they knew going into that game, it was going to be us against the world. They were playing the U.S. on the U.S. soil, but Balogun, that red card getting overturned, and them feeling like, okay, you want to play that game? We'll just beat you on the field with them. And credit to them from the very first minute. They took control. They jumped out to the early lead. We got a little momentum. They immediately answered, and they were just dominant in the second half as well. So, yeah, definitely agree with Edwin a little bit. I mean, we were all so shocked, so excited by the news because our best player was coming back. But in retrospect, it might have been a bad thing because it probably lit a fire under Belgium trying to obviously be like, you know what? Is he playing? Fine. We'll still beat you with him.
That's right. That's right. Hey, at least I'll always have the Knicks, PJ. I'll always have the Knicks.
Yes, you will.
Paige, it's been a blast doing, 5 of the last 6 shows with you, brother. Appreciate you holding it down for Brad, yes, and can't wait to do some more shows with you here throughout the rest of the summer.
Likewise. Appreciate you guys having me. Always good seeing you boys. We got to watch some great soccer together over the last week and a half, and we got some good games more. Wish the U.S. was playing, but looking forward to watching all the other games.
That's right. Huge shout out to PJ Glasser. He'll be back with us again in no time, but Brad is back tomorrow after vacation, so we'll hold it down from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. That's where you'll find us. Denton Day is coming up next. Thanks to everybody working on the show. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
this is the matchup for Pulisic. And honestly, I think the best comp for this game, not to the same level, but is actually not any of the World Cup games the U.S. has played, but their final pre-match tune-up, pre-tournament tune-up against Germany, where, Germany was, they're a more aggressive pressing team than Belgium is, but it's closer to that kind of matchup, right? When you're playing a European team that has European regulars littered across the pitch, that kind of team is just going to have more of the ball. And what we've seen from Mauricio Pochettino in the past, and this is mostly at the club level, is that Pochettino is not going to go all out, press relentlessly, like a Bielsa would, his mentor from many years ago, where it's not going to be like, we're going to turn the dial up to 100 and we're going to crank up the pressure and we're going to be all over them. However, they will engage Belgium as soon as Belgium tries to make any kind of attacking move. So I suspect that Belgium will have a good bit of the possession here in the kind of like non-dangerous areas, the settled possession. And the whole goal of the U.S. will be to set up a press in a way that doesn't allow Belgium to progress the ball to the middle of the field. And then once they get to a certain point, there'll be what's called like pressing triggers, where when the ball gets to this moment or this person gets on the ball, then the U.S. will spring a press. And when they do that, the whole goal is win the ball quickly and attack in transition. And that is where Pulisic, throughout his career, has been at his best. And you'll see when the U.S. has the ball, he's going to be coming deeper tonight to get the ball than he has in the past matches. He didn't play against Turkey much, but I think you saw a little bit of it there in that match. So when Pulisic comes to get the ball, he's serving as the outlet. He's serving as the engine for the U.S. to move the ball from the midfield into the attacking areas, and he'll have more space to do that in this match, where I really thought, Greg Berhalter made this point, and a lot of people got mad at him because he's the former coach and people don't like him. But he made the point that he didn't feel like Pulisic was particularly involved against the game plan. But it was a sense of like Pulisic not being able to find space, not being able to get consistent service. There will be more space in this match for him to exploit than there was in the past matches.
I think tonight is just an optimal chance, a prime opportunity for Christian Pulisic to finally get his first goal of the 2026 World Cup. Because again, we know how much he can create with the ball on his foot. I mean, the guy creates his own space. It's like the ball is tethered to his toe at times, the way he dances around people. So if they were going to put maybe a little more emphasis before they found out of Balogun's return 24 hours ago, if they were going to place a little more emphasis on cutting off Pulisic's ability to create, and now all of a sudden they're being told, well, we can't give Balogun the space to get open and finish. That creates that moment of hesitation in the defender's mind, but also creates a conflict in the moment when you don't have a moment to think. You've just got to react instinctively. Do I close out on Balogun to keep him from finishing? Do I close out on Pulisic to keep him from creating? I think the tendency is going to be, by the Belgian defenders, their back line, is going to be to move in Balogun's direction.